Hello, Phil O'Dowd. Great to see you in here. Good morning to you. Good morning to you, Phil O'Dowd. Thank you. Thank you so much for being in here. You're welcome. God bless you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you very, very much. Hope you're having a great morning. Hope you are having a great morning. What's up, everybody? What is up? Yes. What's up, Julie? What's up, Brother Shane? What's up, buddy? What's up, everybody? Great to see you, brother. Great to see you, Julie. Great to see you, Phil O'Dowd. Oh, great to see you too, Debbie. Great to see you in here. Nice. Sounds good, filled out. Sounds really good. Yeah, it's great. Sometimes I really enjoy these really late night sessions. They're a lot of fun. So late night to me, early to people across the pond in the UK. Um, but I enjoy these. I hope you guys have all had a great day though so far. Great night, great day, whatever. So no, you said your car wouldn't start yesterday, filled out. If you guys don't know, Phil O'Dowd is from Ireland. They're in Ireland. Hopefully, get some. Hope you guys take away some cool knowledge. This is my second teaching on radar, so this is why this is 201. Uh, Radar 101 was earlier last month, so this is the second part in the radar series. So this will go a little bit deeper. So we'll go a little bit deeper in detail. Talk a little bit too about um, some lesser utilized radar products that are out there, but don't get utilized very much. But they're so important. Like a good time for people to stroll in here. So I know it's 12:42 my time, 1:42 Eastern. So some people might be asleep. That's cool. Some people might be doing something else. That's all right. It's all good. Thank you. Thank you, Phil O'Dowd. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So if we see Sonya in here, hopefully we'll get her in here. Hopefully. Still, well, it's only 10:43 out. 10:44 now out west. So maybe you might see Sonya in here. Be cool to get Sonya in here. That'd be awesome. But it's cool to have everybody in here who's watching on Kick, everybody who is watching on YouTube, everybody who's watching on Facebook, and everybody who is watching on Twitch. Appreciate it. Thank you all for being here. Highly appreciate it. So again, we're gonna take a look at radar. Again, this is gonna be 201. Um, Again, 101 was last month. So 101 was a more 101 was just a broad overview, more of a broad overview of what radar is and um, how it works, things like that. This will get a little bit more in depth on it. Julie says at any given time, any of these storm chasing and weather channels will be streaming. Yeah, for sure, for sure. There's a lot of great channels out there. I mean, there's thousands and thousands of great weather channels out there. Whether it's storm chasing, uh, you know, meteorologist, whatever. A lot of great channels, a lot of great YouTube channels out there. But yeah, if you haven't yet, please like the stream. And if you aren't yet, please subscribe to my channel. Highly appreciate that. And please join on Discord if you haven't yet too. There is a new Discord. Do have a new Discord server. Just got it up and running a couple days ago. So right now we got it's growing. So uh, got quite a bit of people in there now. But obviously, always looking forward to it to be growing. So it's a lot of good stuff. It's a lot of great stuff. But yeah, give us some more time here. Let people to join in here and stuff. So if we get like another 10 minutes or something, so we'll just hang out and chill out and have a hangout spot here. We'll see if Libby pops in. We'll see if Chasing for a Cause pops in. We'll see if whomever pops in here. So, uh, well, yeah, a lot of great stuff. So again, this is Radar 201. So this is the second radar teaching in the series. 101 was last month's teaching. Libby is in Michigan, so it's like 1:47 her time. So and we got Beth in here. Thank you, Beth. Great to see you in here. Great to see Beth as always. Yeah, Libby's in Michigan, so it's 1:47 her time. It's 1:47 Debbie's and Beth's time. Great to see you, Beth. Hello to you. Like always, great to see all of you. I know it's late, but I appreciate y'all being here. I do like I do like these late night streams, so I really do enjoy them. I know some people aren't as much of a night owl as I am, but I am quite a bit of a night owl. So there's just something about the nighttime that I enjoy, like the middle of the night. So Yeah, somebody go over to Maddie's. Somebody go to Maddie's house and wake him up. Tell him to get up. But somebody go tell Maddie to get up. I'm about to start calling him Maddie too. That's that's his new name across the whole channel. Is Maddie. So can't call him Matthew. Can't call him anything else. Got to call him Maddie. So, but yeah, he needs. Someone needs to go wake him up. Like, get up, dude. Hopefully, we'll get Jonathan in here. Jonathan's in the UK, so Jonathan, it's 6:49 Jonathan's time. So hopefully he'll get in here at some point, maybe. Hopefully to see how he's doing and everything. So again, we'll give it about another 10 minutes here or so. Let everybody stroll in. But again, you guys are doing awesome, pushing me towards 5,400 subscribers. So it's really awesome. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Beth. Yes, it is. But yeah, it's a really great. Yeah, there's something about the nighttime I enjoy. I don't know. I've been a night owl for, like, as far as I can remember back. Young, being in my late teens and stuff. So I just always, I don't know. I just like the nighttime. So, but that's me. Yeah, there you go. Late night party weather stream. There you go. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. So it's a lot of good stuff. It's a lot of great stuff. But again, thank you guys for pushing me towards 5,400 subscribers here on YouTube. So my channel is growing really quick. Highly appreciate all that. Since I've only been streaming for just a little over a month now. This is his second. Yeah. So yep. So I've only been streaming for about maybe 5, 6 weeks now. So a lot of it's going good. It's going real good. Great day, great night tonight. So it was a real chilly. It was a really chilly day over here in Chicago. Chilly and rainy all day. Well, I don't know if chilly is the right word, but it was rainy pretty much all the day. So yeah, if you're new here, please like and please subscribe. Highly appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in to the John Boy Severe Weather Lab Plus Education, where you get live uh, severe weather coverage and you also get live weather teachings and seminars. So tonight's slash morning's teaching is a second part of radar. So if you haven't seen my first one yet, um, you will see there in the list of my videos, you will see Radar 101. This is Radar 201. So a little bit deeper into the radar. But some really cool stuff, some really interesting information, a lot of great things that I think you guys will really enjoy and learn about. So, but yeah, hopefully Omni. I think Omni's kind of a night out too, so maybe Omni might pop in here. But yeah, I'm really hoping Jonathan pops in. Uh, since he is 6 hours ahead, maybe Peter might pop in as well. Sometimes Peter pops in. Peter Ludini or Ludini. He's also from the UK, so it's almost 7 a.m. their time over there. So yeah, so but we get some some of the regulars in here, some of the usual suspects, and hopefully some new people as well will be joining in as well. So yeah, I definitely like late night streams. I know they're not for everybody. I know some people like being up early, and that's cool. I mean, everybody has their own preference. That's fine. But I really do like late night streams. I've never been like an early bird, or like I've never been one to like. It's just my preference. I've never been that like kind of morning person. I've always been more the night person, more of a night person. Hey, at least you're honest with yourself there, Beth. So at least you're honest with yourself. So, well, I am here to explain the colors, so they don't just seem like a bunch of different colors to you. Um, so it's really good. Yeah, I'm not an early bird person. I never have been. I mean, of course, for work and everything. I mean, of course, I was, always getting up early, and I mean that's just part of the gig, right? And then, but it wasn't something I had a lot of fun doing. Even though we do it for decades and decades, but it's not something that you know, like. But the world works. The world pretty much, the world pretty much still works right in the morning, right? The world pretty much starts at daybreak, and that's when everybody's up working and things are getting done, and not a lot of things happen at night. But you know, I don't know. There's something about it. But that's just me again. That's just what I enjoy. So, but yeah, hopefully we get some people in here from the UK. Hopefully maybe Peter. Hopefully Jonathan. Hopefully Sonia will join in. Some other people as well. We gotta do know it's late, early, whatever it may be. Um, but we got people in here all spread out. We got Phil O'Dowd from Ireland, which is awesome. We got Julie from California. We got um, Beth, in Maine. We got Debbie in West Virginia. We got Shane over in Colorado. So we got people everywhere in here, across all kinds of different time zones in here. Isn't it funny though how we live our life by time zones? It's just really funny. It's just when you break it down and you get it on a very micro scale, um, it is kind of comical how we live our lives inside of a time zone. So I don't know. I've always kind of found that fascinating. Yeah, see me, I am not a coffee guy. Like I don't drink coffee. I don't drink anything with caffeine. You guys, maybe some of you who are the usual suspects around here, but yeah, I don't drink coffee. I don't drink anything with caffeine in it. So no coffee for me. And of course, I know there's decaf and whatever else. I know that, but I still do not drink any kind of coffee. No coffee for this guy. I did see it a little bit. I did see a little bit of it, Beth. I did not see all of it, but that's awesome. Thank you for that. Yeah, please do. Please, please do teach that. Yeah, like I said, I didn't get the chance to see the whole conversation, but I did see some of it. Um, but yeah, so please, um, yeah, please teach that for sure. Thank you. Thank you, Beth. That is awesome. So, Give about like 5 minutes or so here. People to come in. So, Julie says, "Are you sensitive to caffeine?" No, I'm not. I just don't like it. Like I just don't. I don't know. There's something about it. I just stay away from it. I mean, I drink it, when I was younger and stuff, like Mountain Dew and pops and everything else. But as I kind of got older into my like 20s and stuff like that, I just kind of just stopped drinking it. There was really nothing like, well, there was nothing that like brought it on or anything. I just stopped drinking it. Then I just stayed away from it. Um, so I guess there's no rhyme or reason. I just don't consume caffeine. But I do know that people do love their caffeine, which is cool. People get it in coffee, pops, drinks, whatever else it may be. So, um, to each his own. If that's what you love, that's what you love. Yeah, whatever coffee I'm having, you can give that to Shane, so Shane can have my coffee. But yeah, no, it's cool. I mean, I know. I mean, like everybody around me drinks coffee. Like my mom, my wife, right? Everybody, that I pretty much know drinks coffee. Um, I've never bought anything ever uh, from Starbucks or anything like that. I've been to a Starbucks, like I've been inside of it, but I've never had a coffee from Starbucks. I've never had uh, coffee from Dunkin' Donuts. I've never had anything like that. So when I tell people that, they're like, "Oh, you've never been to a Starbucks, or you never had anything from Starbucks?" No, I've never had anything like that ever from a Starbucks. Never. Yeah, I mean, it's just funny because a lot of people have been to Starbucks and they love their lattes and they love their cappuccinos, and I don't even know what else is there on the menu. And Dunkin' too. So a lot of people love their Dunkin' as well. So mm, for sure. I haven't had Pepsi in a long time. I haven't had Pepsi in, oh man. But when I did drink Pepsi, I used to drink the wild cherry Pepsi, and that Pepsi was awesome. So wild cherry Pepsi, that was very, very good. I think I missed Julie's thing here. Let me see what Julie says. Julie says, I'm the opposite, but with alcohol. Acquired taste, I guess. For me, didn't exactly like the taste. One time I did have a drink, but I didn't even finish. Took me forever to drink some of that down. For sure. I've never been a. It's the best kind of coffee, right? It's the best kind of coffee there for you there, Beth. Right there, right? Free coffee. Free coffee. Yes, Shane. Wild cherry Pepsi, man, for sure, dude. Wild cherry Pepsi was just, I don't know, man. I loved that. When I was younger, when I was a kid, man, I drank wild cherry Pepsi a lot. I think I would drink like anything that was pretty much wild cherry. I think they had Mountain Dew at one time that was wild cherry, if I remember correctly. I think there was Coke that was cherry Coke as well, I think. Um, but I've always been, if I had to choose between pops, I've always been a Pepsi guy over a Coke guy. So if I had to choose between the two, that's what I would drink more often than not. But yeah, it's everybody's got their own taste for what they like. But yeah, so that's why I like the only pop. I don't drink any pop. Like I don't drink any caffeinated or whatever. Like I said, but I don't drink any pop either. So, but when I did drink pop, I would drink Sprite. I would drink Sprite. I do enjoy Sprite. Sprite is very very good, but I haven't drank it in a very long time. I drink lots of water and I drink Gatorade. Gatorade is I drink the Gator Light. So I don't drink actual like the actual original Gatorade. I drink what's called Gator Light. So it's their form of replenishing like electrolytes and things like that. So I drink that. Gator Light, water, lemonade. I do love lemonade. Whether it's pink lemonade or it's just a regular yellow lemonade or whatever. I do love lemonade. Lemonade is amazing. I appreciate all of y'all being in here. Thank you to everybody who's watching on Facebook, everybody's watching on Twitch, everybody's watching on Kick, everybody who is watching on um, YouTube across all the platforms. Thank you all for being in here. I do know it's a later stream, so thank you for your time wherever you're at. East Coast, across the pond, West Coast, Mountain Time, Central Time, wherever you're at. But thank you for being in here. Then, if this is your first time, if you're just joining in, thank you for joining in to John Boy Severe Weather Lab Plus Education. Thank you for being here. Here you will find live severe weather coverage, and you'll also find live weather teachings and seminars, which tonight is a teaching seminar tonight. So if you guys stay locked in and if you guys stay locked in and stay awake. If not, I understand completely. So, um, but yeah, I thank you, Phil. Thank you, Phil O'Dowd. Appreciate that. I definitely appreciate you leaving the stream on. Highly appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yes, lemonade is awesome. Nice. Beth says she has a mini lemon tree in her kitchen. That is awesome. That's so cool. Again, if you're just joining in, please like, please subscribe if you have not yet. Hope you enjoy the content. If not, I appreciate you being here anyways. Give me a chance to provide lessons and teaching. I appreciate that. So appreciate you giving me the opportunity. Somebody go wake up. Somebody go wake up Maddie and Libby. Chasing for a cause. Somebody go wake them up. Tell them they need to learn about radar at 2 in the morning. 1 in the morning. I don't know what time it is their time. Well, I think it's, yeah, I think they're all on Eastern time. So tell them it's 2 o'clock. It's time to learn about radar. It's never too late or too early to learn about weather. At least that's what I tell myself as a meteorologist. So yeah, he was. I saw his pick. I saw his pick in Discord, which is really cool. But yeah, if you're new here, my name is John, but I do go by John Boy. I am a digital meteorologist. So here you will find live severe weather coverage, and you also find live weather teachings and seminars as well. So tonight's lesson is on radar, and this is actually part 2 of the radar series. So this will be 201. Race was only 100 laps, so he should be home. Oh yeah, I think he was already home a long time ago. I think um, he's probably sleeping. He's probably sleeping. He is probably sleeping. We'll have Beth go over there because Beth is the closest to him. So Beth, you have to jump in the car and go wake Maddie up. Tell him to get up. Tell him the night is still young. We'll just keep pinging him on Discord until his phone won't stop pinging. Unless he puts his stuff on what's that thing you can put at night? Oh, do not disturb. Unless he has the stuff on do not disturb at nighttime. So I don't know. He might be doing that. I don't know. I do not know, but yeah, he might be. He might be in here in a little bit. That'd be awesome. That would be awesome. So, but nonetheless, they're going to start here in a few minutes. So, looks like we got Justin in here. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate that. Everybody, say hi to Justin. Great to see you, here, Justin. Great to see you. Yeah, we'll just have to keep pinging him on Discord. To be like, hey man, get up. He's just gonna see like he's just gonna see like 300 messages that just say, "Hey, wake up, wake up, wake up." Again, unless he has Do Not Disturb on, then um, he would get them. But if he has Do Not Disturb on, he won't get them. So I do know he's in New Hampshire. So New Hampshire is not a very large state, so we might be able to narrow it down pretty quickly to where he's located at. So, but again, if you're just tuning in, welcome to John Boy Severe Weather Lab Plus Education. I am a digital meteorologist, so here you will find live severe weather coverage, and you also find live weather teachings and seminars. Tonight is a teaching seminar. Tonight is a lesson. This is Radar 201. So this is the second teaching about radar in the radar series. The first radar session is titled Radar 101. So that was just kind of a big overview about radar, kind of how it works. Just kind of hit the main topics. This is going to go a little deeper into it. Um, so, again, not going to try to get too scientific on it and everything, but at least we're going to touch a little bit on it just so you can understand what is kind of going on there, kind of the mechanisms there. So, what's happening. So now we're going to talk about just the radar there. We're also going to talk about some radar products that a lot of times they are lesser utilized. A lot of times people do not utilize these types of radar products. So we're going to talk a little bit about those, but how they are still important to weather forecasting and just weather in itself. So it's going to be a great lesson, be a great session here. But again, if you ever have any questions, comments, anything, just let me know in the chat, and I will do my best to answer the question for you. So it's gonna be fun here. It is going to be great here. So yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to get Maddie in here. We'll have to get Libby in here. We'll have to get. Hopefully, again, like I said, hopefully Jonathan shows up. Hopefully, maybe Peter might show up. Um, God Struggler has never been in here before. So but it would be cool to see him drop in here as well. He's from the UK as well, so it'd be cool to see him jump in here. Um, be cool to see anybody jump in here. So hope you guys can stay awake. Hope you guys do stay awake. Through the lesson here, through what's we're gonna learn about here. So it's gonna be a lot of fun here. But again, yeah, someone's gonna have to go. Someone's gonna have to go drive and wake Maddie up, something like that. So, um, I think I missed. Did I see Beth say something here? Beth, you're gonna have to start walking. You're going to have to start walking there, Beth. Start walking to his house. If it's a 2 hour drive, you could walk it in. Well, let's see if you drove. Yeah. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much. Appreciate your support. Appreciate that. Thank you, Justin. Thank you very much. Appreciate too what you do. Had that fight. Yeah, Justin had a fireside chat last night. He had an actual like real fireside chat. He had a real fire going. I don't have a fire going, but nonetheless, he had a real one. But cool stuff there with Justin's fireside chat. So, but yeah, make sure you give Justin a follow. If you don't follow Justin or Wind Dancer Media, give him a follow. I mean, I'm sorry, give him a subscribe, whatever, YouTube. So make sure you please sub to Justin R. Wind Dancer Media. So a lot of good stuff there from his channel as well. So please jump over and give him a sub. I'm sure he would very much appreciate that. And we look like we got KJ in here. I haven't seen KJ in a long time. So thank you, KJ, for being here. KJ's from the West Coast as well. So we got Sister KJ in here. It's always great to see KJ in here. Always, always great. Always great to see KJ in here. So, Sister KJ, very awesome to see you. Um, she's out in California. So, but again, very good stuff to always see Sister KJ in here. So, great sister in Christ. Um, great, great supporter. Great encourager. So, a lot of great stuff going on there. But it's always good to see her in here. Always good to see her in here. She's also a mod for good old Max Velocity. So uh, it's a lot of good stuff there as well. So a lot of good things. But yes, thank you, Sister KJ. Thank you. It's very great. I like always to see you in here. So very great to see you in here. So but KJ is very awesome. So it's good. We got people in here everywhere. We got people all around the world in here. Everywhere from Ireland and the East Coast here in the U.S., West Coast, Central Time, Mountain Time, all over the place here. Yeah, she is a mod for Max, so she's used to the stream like she's used to the chat flowing, like completely flowing. So um, maybe one day my chat will be there. Maybe one day, but again, still just starting out here. About 5 or 6 weeks now, started streaming. So, but you can see, subscribers has gone way up. So, getting close to 5,400 subscribers. So, I couldn't be more thrilled. with how much the Lord has blessed me in 5, 6 weeks of streaming. So and making videos and making content and really just putting my my meteorology skills, to good use, right? So and talents and everything. So it's a blessing. It is a blessing to do this. It really is a blessing. So yeah. So again, I'm very thankful for everybody who pops in. Very thankful for the regulars. Very thankful for the usual suspects. Thankful for the people. Thankful for the people who just pop in and out. Thankful for the people who just are here maybe for a minute or two, and whatever. I'm thankful for all that. So I know time is very valuable, and I appreciate everybody's time. So well, yeah, I'm excited about growing. I'm excited about to see where the next 6 months go, where the year next year goes, and really grow because um, as we start kind of winding down out of severe weather season, you can kind of look if you ever look at numbers and stuff like that from like um, streamers and weather streamers, this is, and storm chaser streamers and stuff like that. The numbers start to go down because obviously severe weather season has passed and there's no storms to chase and things like that. Uh, but I'm looking to not see any dip. I'm hoping to keep posting great content and content that you all enjoy. And then my next plan down the line here is to start doing some like on the location type streams. So like going to locations and streaming there. Um, so it's pretty cool, you know. And so that's gonna be cool, some cool. So where we're just not, where we'd be out and about and live streaming out there, and whether we go to weather forecasting offices or WFOs, or we go look at radars. There's actually a radar site right down the road from me, so which is pretty awesome. Literally literally about a mile down the road is a radar site, so that's pretty awesome. So that's a thing down the line here, looking at location streams. So we can all get more like up into the what's happening there and be on location. So it's gonna be really cool. It's gonna be a lot of fun stuff. So it's kind of like learning, teaching at the actual location. So it's gonna be a lot of great stuff there. Lots and lots of good stuff there. So, and it does look like we do have brother Jonathan in here. Great to see you, buddy. Always great to see you, Jonathan. Like always, buddy. Uh, just know that a lot of us have been praying for you and thinking about you, and hopefully you're getting still healing. Still healing day by day, right? Getting better day by day. So, if you guys didn't know, Jonathan, for all those who are new in here, Jonathan did break his pelvis. He can tell you a lot better than what I can tell you, but I think it was his pelvis. Mount Washington, isn't it where it's like extremely windy at? Isn't that one of the top windy spots? Is Mount Washington? That's ringing a bell. Because I believe I looked at that before. I've looked at that, so. Thank you, KJ. Yes, other prayer warriors. Yes, definitely. We'll take a look at. Um, yes, definitely keep Spokane, Washington for sure. Thank you in our prayers. Thank you very much, KJ. And for those of you just joined, if you haven't yet, I do have a Discord server, and the Discord server is only a few days old, but we are growing. Discord server is growing, so please join the Discord server if you have not yet. And inside the Discord server, there is I labeled them Jesus channels. So underneath Jesus channels, you get like prayer. There's prayer, sermons, things like that. So you can go to the Jesus channels and put in any type of prayer, prayer request or anything like that. So a lot of good things there in the Discord server. But yeah, great to see you in here, Jonathan. Great to see you in here, buddy. Yes, thank you, Beth. I thought that I remember that. I was like, it's like I think that's the windiest spot there. So yeah, that place gets absolutely ridiculous in the wintertime. I've seen many videos of Mount Washington in the wintertime and it's absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, lots of great stuff. Lots of great stuff. So if you want to learn about weather, if you want to learn about, severe coverage, you want to learn about stuff like that, you have come to the right channel. You have come to the right channel. Very personable channel where we are more than just a community. We are a family, first of all, that loves God. That's the main part of it. And the other part is we love weather, right? So whether that's severe weather or storm chasing or whatever it may be, that brings us together. We are more than just a community. We are a family. So that's very awesome stuff. So it's very awesome stuff. So yeah, but if you have not, please join. Please join the Discord. Jump on in to Discord. A lot of great stuff in Discord there. We have a lot of great conversations in there. Everything's clean, wholesome. Everything is family friendly, kid and family friendly. I do not allow anything on my channel or any type of my socials that is not kid nor family friendly. So uh, it is my one of my goals is to inspire the next generation, inspired kids and um, you know, families to obviously enjoy weather, right? That's the second part, but the main thing, right, is obviously, you know, um, spreading the gospel. And so I keep everything kid and family friendly. So across all my socials, because we definitely want to inspire. If I don't ever know if there's a 7-year old watching or whatever, a 5-year old watching and they're getting inspired by weather, whatever else. So we got to keep everything kid friendly. Thank you. Thank you, KJ. Highly appreciate that, KJ. Thank you so much. So KJ just joined Discord. So awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much, KJ. Highly appreciate that. Thank you, Beth. Beth says, and the winds on top of can be as strong as 200. That is EF5 strength. That is EF5 strength. I did not know that they could be that strong. Johnson Johnson says Yorkshire. If you guys don't know, Johnson's from the UK, so but he does say Yorkshire weather radar. You stand outside, wet your finger, hold it up. Whichever side dries first is the wind direction. There you go. There you go. There you go. But thank you, KJ. I do see your name here in Discord, so thank you very much. But again, yes, a lot of great stuff there in Discord. So Jesus channels, everything else, a lot of good stuff there. Weather channels, obviously, Jesus channels, general topics, whatever you guys want to talk about. So a lot of good stuff in there. Lots and lots of great stuff. But good, good. Well, good. I'm glad that Jonathan popped in. I'm glad that KJ's in here. Glad that Jonathan's in here. So uh, thank you, Shane. Appreciate that, brother. I appreciate if you guys would pray for Shane too as well. It's a private matter. Um, so obviously we won't talk about it publicly, but just pray for Shane as an unspoken, basically, and so he'd really appreciate that. I'd really appreciate that. So pray for brother Shane there. Highly, highly appreciate that. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank all of you. Yes, thank you guys very much. All right, well, let's jump in here. Let's get jumping in here. So it's about 1:30 my time, so it's gonna make it 2:30 Eastern time. Tell him, Beth. Beth said he's having a brain fart and needs prayers for it to come out his ear. So, uh, great stuff, Beth. Great stuff. Awesome stuff. So, but yeah, let's jump in. Uh, let's jump in here. Let's learn about. That's gonna be radar 201. So, if you were here for the first radar teaching, that radar was 101. So that was more of a higher overview of what radar is, how it kind of, or not how kind of, but how it does play a pivotal role in weather. And there's all kinds of different types of radar products, right? So when I say products, or sometimes they're called radar layers as well. So we're talking about composite reflectivity. We're talking about velocity. We're talking about correlation coefficient. We're talking about equitops. We're talking about verticated or vertical integrated liquid. We're talking about all these different types of layers or products, and how they are useful in one of their own, in their own ways of how to look at things. Uh, so again, because what are we trying to determine when we look at radar? Well, we're trying to determine a lot of different things, right? And think about if we didn't have radar, how would we even know what's out there, right? Right? Kind of wild, right? If we didn't have radar around. So, but nonetheless, like always, first and foremost, always give glory, honor, and praise to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for allowing this to happen, for allowing our fellowship to happen, for allowing our community to happen. So, I am just so much thankful and grateful for His love and for His mercy, for His grace um, that He gives me each and every day. So it is through that I'm able to accomplish all the things that I accomplish daily, and I keep that at the center, right? I keep that at the center of everything I do. I keep Jesus at the center, the nucleus, right? So um, at everything that I do. So, um, so I appreciate everybody's, fellowship. Appreciate, everything that the Lord does for me. So, and if you do not have a personal relationship with, uh, with Jesus, please reach out to me. Please reach out to somebody in chat so we can point you in the right direction. We can lead you in the right direction. We can help you with that. It is not us, though, who saves you. We don't have any saving powers. We can't save you. It is only Jesus who saves you through your faith and um, through your faith alone. So, but again, it is Jesus who saves you. It is not anybody on earth who can save you. Only Jesus can save you. So again, very thankful, very grateful. Not just thankful, very grateful. Um, very, very grateful for everything uh, that Jesus is. And it is the most important relationship that you will ever have in your life. It is the most important relationship that you will ever have. So again, all praise, all glory, and all honor to God the Father, my Savior, uh, Jesus Christ. So thank Him so much, thankful, so grateful. So let's dive in. So we're going to take a look here again. If you're just tuning in, thank you for joining in to John Boy Severe Weather Lab Plus Education. Thank you for joining in here. Highly, highly appreciate that. If you do not know who I am, my name is John, but I do go by John Boy. That is my nickname. But I am a digital meteorologist, so here you will find live severe weather coverage, and you'll also find live weather sessions and weather lessons, weather teachings. So tonight is a weather lesson, weather teaching. Tonight is Radar 201. So if you're new here, I taught radar last month at a high level. So that was Radar 101. Tonight we're going to get a little deeper into it. But it's still going to be fun. Still going to be a lot of stuff that you can learn about. So, and as always, if you have any questions, comments, or anything, please put them in chat, and I will do my best to answer those questions for you. So, and if I do not know the answer to the question, I will straight up tell you that I do not know the answer to the question. So, I do not have all the answers. I do know a lot through teaching and schooling and learning and everything else, uh, but I do not know all the answers. So, and I would tell you that because I won't lead you or point you in the wrong direction by giving you um, some made up false answer. So, um, but I would straight up tell you that I do not know the answer to the question. So, but again, thank you for being here. It's 1:35 a.m. my time. It's 1:35 a.m. my time. That makes it 2:35 a.m. Eastern time. That makes it 7:35 a.m. Jonathan's time, which I do believe is GMT, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that, which stands for Greenwich Mountain Time. And then we got people out on the West Coast. So West Coast is clocking in at 11:35 p.m. Mountain Time's coming in at 12:35 a.m. So a lot of good stuff. So a lot of good stuff. So let's jump in now. We're going to bounce around quite a bit here. I have quite a bit of stuff here, but to condense here. But nonetheless, we're going to jump around from different sources here, just a little different things here. But we were going to get a little bit of some scientific stuff here. What's going on scientifically behind the scenes here with these radars. Again, this is a little bit of a deeper session, or this will be a deeper session than what 101 was. So that is the whole point of 201, right? And then when 301 comes up, we're going to get very deep. We're going to get extremely deep into radar. So, so think of this as like the middle layer of the radar teaching right now. So, so we're going to get deep into that, and then there might be a fourth series as well. So if there's a fourth one, we'll get even more into that as well. So, let's kick it off. Let's start it off. Again, appreciate y'all being here. Appreciate each and every single one of you. So, some of this stuff I'm going to go through like a broad overview, like kind of like a review from 101, and then we will get into more of some of the scientific stuff, some of the more of what's happening again behind the scenes here with some of these with radar. So, so yes, again, if you have any questions, let me know. So basically, kind of talk about this a little bit. So, so we talked about this before. Hold on, before I jump in, Johnson says, do they just use Doppler or is there other radars? Well, if we're talking about weather, we're using Doppler. Doppler is a Doppler, which it uses a Doppler effect, right? So it's named after, I forget the guy's first name, but his last name was Doppler. He was, I believe, he was an Austrian physicist, and this comes around like I want to say like 1850-ish, 1840 something. It was like in the middle 1800s. So this is where we get the Doppler effect from. He's the one who discovered the Doppler effect. And so I'm actually going to talk about that. We'll get a little bit into that here. So yeah, so if we're talking just weather, weather is based on the Doppler effect. So because that is what helps us. Again, I'll jump into that when I get up to that section there. So, but thank you, Jonathan. Thank you very much. So again, now this is going to be a rundown. Thank you, Jonathan. Christian Doppler is who he says his name was. So I couldn't remember his first name. So And like I said, I think it was like an middle 18, if just off the top of my head from learning a long time ago. I think it was like 18 in the late middle 1800s or something, 1850 ish, 1848. Some are sticking out too or something, 1849. Well, nonetheless, somewhere on that section. So, broad overview before we get into a little bit deeper stuff. So, this is kind of just a review, kind of like what 101 was about. So, what is a weather radar? Well, a weather radar is a scientific instrument used to detect and monitor precipitation in the atmosphere. So, Jonathan clocked in at 1842. So nice. I wasn't too far off from memory. Um, so pretty, not too bad. Not too bad from memory there. So, the word radar actually stands for radio detection and ranging. So, where do we get radar though from that? Well, we get the RA. So if you take the RA from radio, that's the first RA, right? That's the Ra. And then from the D is the D. So now we have rad. And if you take the A from and you take the R from ranging, that is what we use as radar. So it's kind of a very strange acronym, but nonetheless, um, it it's radar detection and ranging. So again, RA is the first two letters of radio, detection D, and then A is and then the R is ranging. So a little different, but that's what they came up with, and that's a cool term to remember. So radar, radio detection, and ranging. So again, radio detection. Why is that? Because radar is radio waves, right? It's RF frequencies that we send out, and or that get sent out and get sent back. So radar is using radio frequencies. So in simple terms, it means using radio waves, as I just mentioned, to locate objects and measure their distance. So again, that's what's going on here. So when applied to uh, when applied to meteorology, this technology becomes an extremely powerful tool for observing weather systems in real time. Yes, absolutely. We need these. We need radar to understand what the heck is going on. Instead of relying on ground stations or satellite images, meteorologists can see the structure and movement of storms as they develop. Yes, there's only so much that satellite can do to help us, and ground stations as well. So again, kind of an overview there. That's what radar stands for. That's what radar is. So, um, again, I'm just kind of brief overview this. But just in case for some of you who weren't here for 101, again, at the heart of the radar system is a rotating antenna that continuously scans the sky. So it's continuously scanning the sky 24/7, 365 days a year. So the radar emits short bursts of microwave energy, radio waves, in many directions. When these waves encounter precipitation particles in the atmosphere, part of the energy is reflected back towards the radar receiver. So again, we have the receiver inside of the radar, right? At the radar site in the big ball, right? It's called a radome. It's RADOME. It's called a radome or a radome. It's usually pronounced radome. That's how it's said. So that big ball, that big white ball that we see, inside of that is a spinning antenna. So that big white ball that we see is called a radome, which is RADOME. So there's actually a term for that big white ball or the big golf ball. Sometimes people call it a big golf ball because if you've ever seen a radar site, it looks like a big golf ball sitting on top of whatever structure they have it mounted on top of. Um, so again, but that white, the big golf ball, it's called a radome. It's RADOME. That is where the radar sits inside. That is where the actual antenna sits inside of. So inside of that we have receivers, right? So that's where the receiver sits. So so by measuring how long it takes for the signal to return, um, system can calculate the distance for the precipitation. So again, it's looking at how long does it take to get that signal back. It's going to send out a signal, uh, and it's going to measure it, how long it takes. Again, we got algorithms. This is algorithms. This is physics. This is mathematics. This is all this involved, right? that is going on um, inside of this antenna with all the software and hardware that we have also inside of the antenna. So by measuring how long it takes for the signal to return, the system can calculate the distance to the precipitation. The strength of the return signal reveals how heavy the precipitation may be. So this information is then processed by computers and displayed as radar images or weather maps. So again, everything goes through processing first, right? So we have a receiver, then we have a processor. So it gets received, then it goes through processing, and then it gets spit out as a radar image. So what we are seeing, what we are seeing on radar apps and radar maps and everything like that, that's already an image that has already been processed, that has gone through receiving, and now it's gone through processing, and that is what is being displayed back to us. So that's how we are seeing that. So these maps often use different colors to represent varying levels of precipitation intensity, allowing meteorologists and weather apps to visualize storms quickly. So again, for example, yes, light rain it will appear green. Heavier rainfall of thunderstorms may appear yellow, red, or even purple. Yes. So as we know, so they use a gradient scale, right? A color scale. So green, light green, very light green. It'll start getting darker green, darker green, darker green. It'll go to yellow, yellow, darker, darker. It'll go to orange, darker, darker, darker. It'll go to red. And then when we get to the very intense stuff, it'll go into very dark pinks and sometimes even go to a dark black. But that is usually the color scheme that is used by the majority of apps and everything else. But the NWS actually has that's how it's color coded. They actually have a color code when it comes to reflectivity and everything like that. So when you start seeing the yellows and the oranges and the reds, that's when the rain is more intense. And when you start seeing the dark reds and you start seeing some purples and some pinks or whatever else is getting inside of there, you're starting to get some hail. You're starting to get some hail involved in that process. So one of the most common ways to classify types of weather radar is by the frequency band it uses. So the main band that is used here is going to be called S band. And we're going to talk about S band a little bit and why S band is used as compared to X band and some other bands. So again, the frequency of radar wave determines how far the signal can travel and how it interacts with precipitation particles in the atmosphere. Different frequencies, again, right? Because we're on radio waves here, right? So different frequencies produce different wavelengths. So the longer wavelengths tend to travel farther and are less affected by heavy rainfall, while shorter wavelengths provide more detailed observations but may weaken quickly during intense precipitation. So again, you're going to learn here the difference between the bands of what different types of bands there are in the radar. So the main band, right? So S band. So S band radar uses relatively long wavelengths. So again, we're looking for long wavelengths here. And is widely used in national weather radar networks. So this is what we use. This is what you see when you look at all the weather apps and everything else. It's going to be S band. That's what's being used. Because the signal is less affected by heavy rain because it's got a longer wavelength. This type of radar is particularly useful for tracking large storm systems such as hurricanes and severe thunderstorms. So again, it depends on the band that you are using. A lot of people think this is just some simple, easy mechanism that is in place. No, this is very complex. When you get into radar, it's very, very complex when it goes into that. Because again, we start using different bands, different wavelengths, and a lot of other different things of the sort. So S band. So that is S band. So that is what we see. So that is what we see. What we use here in United States here. That's what we basically are using in the. It's not the only thing that we have to use, but It's what we see like on the apps and everything else. We're utilizing S band there. So, but when it comes to like researching, other projects, if like that, I mean, there are other type of bands, C bands. We're gonna get into the C band next, X band, and another few here too as well. So C band radar operates at a slightly higher frequency, so it's a higher frequency than S band, and it's a shorter wavelength. So again, what's a shorter wavelength going to do? It doesn't do well with higher precipitation. So it offers a good balance between cover range and image resolution, which is why many regional weather services rely on it for everyday precipitation monitoring. So regional, so we can talk about like in close proximity. So again, it's not, this isn't on the national scale. This is more of a regionally used. So, but again, the most used is the S band. That's basically what we're seeing. Um, Again, out there with like with all the apps and everything. So in meteorology, C band radars operate at wavelength of approximately 3.75 to 75 centimeters. This is ideal for detecting precipitation and rain or snow over medium distances. So we can use over small distances. We can use C band, but from what we see from the radar sites and everything else is we need S band to see farther distance. So that is why we use S band more over C band. But C band can still be used for shorter distances. But again, S band is the main band that is used. X, right? X band uses even shorter wavelengths. So now we're getting shorter. So now we're truncating a lot of the areas that S band can see out. But now if we switch to C band, well, now we're truncating, we just truncated and got shorter. And now if we go to X band, now we're truncating and getting even more shorter. So now our line of sight, right, our our radar horizon is getting smaller and smaller and smaller as we keep going to these different bands. So X-band radar uses even shorter wavelengths. These systems can produce highly detailed radar images and often used for local weather monitoring, research products, and urban storm observations. So, however, rainfall can weaken the signal more easily compared to longer wavelength radar systems. So these, again, now we're getting shorter and shorter and shorter wavelength here. So X-band has shorter wavelengths, approximately 2.5 to 3.75 centimeters, than C-band. It can be focused into much tighter beams. This makes it the go-to choice for high-resolution imaging and high-security communication. So you can find this in like military type stuff like that. So when it comes to getting into more security communications and things like that. So X-band, that's what's used a lot in that. K-band. K-band at even higher frequencies. K-band radar may be used in specialized scientific studies. Because the signal is extremely sensitive to small atmospheric particles, it is often used to study clouds or very fine precipitation rather than large scale storms. So again, this is more for like research and scientific studies and stuff like that. This is when like researchers will use this type of K-band and things like that. Um, so that's just used on a very small scale. It's not used on a national scale, not even used on a local scale or anything like that. So you won't see um, K band like that used. Again, it's more for the scientific. And usually, a lot of times, like the National Severe Storms Laboratory, they use a lot of stuff like the K band when they're out there doing researching. When they're out there doing researches, on weather or on clouds and other like very very fine particles. So while C band is for broad reliability and X band is for precision, K band is characterized by its high data capacity and its unique relationship with the Earth's atmosphere. So again, this is again more for the research, the scientific side of things. So by technology, another important way to categorize types of weather radar is by the technology used to analyze atmospheric motion and precipitation. Over the years, radar systems have evolved significantly, allowing meteorologists to observe storms in much greater detail than earlier generations of radar could provide. So, Jonathan was talking about Doppler, and this is where we're going to get into Doppler here for a minute. So, uh, again, I'm going over this just in case some of you guys weren't here for 101. So if I knew all of you were here for 101, I wouldn't be going over some of this. So, but nonetheless, I appreciate all of you all being here. So, Doppler radar, it's the most well known, right? It's a Doppler. It utilizes the Doppler effect. So one of the most well known radar technologies is Doppler radar. The system measures the motion of precipitation particles by detecting changes in the frequency of the returned radar signal. Thanks to this capability, meteorologists can see whether rain or hail is moving toward or away from the radar. And remember, we'll talk about velocity here, right? So remember, green, if we see green on velocity, that means that it is coming towards the radar. If we see red, it means it's running away from the radar. So that's on velocity. So this information helps reveal wind patterns inside storms and can even identify rotation that may lead to tornado formation. What's more can a Doppler? What's more can a Doppler radar do? Well, then it wants to check out a guide. We're not going to dig into the guide though. This is a classic hook right here, right? This is a classic hook echo right here that is showing here. So, dual polarization radar. So, another major advancement is dual polarization radar, often called dual pol radar. So, unlike traditional radar systems, this transmit pulses in a single orientation. Dual polarization radar sends both horizontal and vertical signals. So dual polarization means it's going vertically and it's going horizontally. So that is what makes it different from traditional radar systems. Radar systems typically are only going horizontally. So dual polarization added in the vertical signal. You're able to see signals going vertically. So by comparing the return signals, the radar can estimate the shape and type of the precipitation particles. This allows meteorologists to distinguish between rain, snow, sleet, hail much more accurately. Yes, it does. One radar product that you know that is dual polarization, that is correlation coefficient. That is a dual polar radar. Phased array radar. This is the newest one. If you guys were here for Radar 101, I talked a lot about phase radar. So why did I talk a lot about phase radar? Well, you'll see why here if you weren't here for 101. So a newer technology known as phased array radar, or PAR, PAR, is also gaining attention in meteorological research. Instead of physically rotating the radar antenna, because remember, right now we physically have a antenna that is physically rotating around, spins around in a full circle. So it makes a full circle. It's all the time, but it's physically doing that. The system steers radar beams electronically. So now we're going from doing things manually and physically to being able to set things in parameters to be able to do it electronically. So as a result, it can scan the atmosphere much faster than the conventional radar system. Faster scanning means meteorologists can observe rapidly developing storms with greater lead time, with greater time resolution, which is particularly useful during severe weather outbreaks. So, PAR, phased radar, there are some of these. There's actually Norman, in Norman, Oklahoma, at the SBC, actually has a phased array radar. They actually have a lot of tools that aren't available at other weather forecasting offices. The SBC gets a lot of the good stuff because that is obviously, they're obviously putting out the watches and the mesoscale discussions and everything else. So, but nonetheless, they're in Norman, Oklahoma. You will be able to find a phased radar there. So, which is pretty cool. So the typical difference, right? So right now, it takes roughly a scan to come back in, right, from our radar. The radar scan that we see on our apps or whatever you're looking at radar on. That scan takes about 4 to 5 minutes for that to complete that whole scan. So that's why it takes 4 to 5 minutes to return an image back to us. But phased array radar can knock that down to about a minute or less. So we're talking almost about as real time as you could get. So very, very awesome. So think about if we go from 5 minutes of radar images down to 1 minute of radar images. Think about how faster we can put out warnings, how quicker we could be able to detect TVSs and TDSs, which are tornado vortex signatures and tornado debris signatures. So lots of great things there. If we get PAR, right, phase array radar, located across the whole United States, but that is a whole nother um, story for another video. So by product, right? So now we're looking at radar product, right? And again, this is where we look into, um, reflectivity. So we do have base reflectivity. They're talking about base reflectivity here. The main thing though that we'll see a lot on the products that we use is called composite reflectivity. So it's a little bit different than the base reflectivity here. But nonetheless, base reflectivity, one of the most commonly used radar products is base reflectivity. This data set measures how strongly precipitation particles reflect radar energy. So that's the same thing as what we're looking at with composite as well too. But what is composite doing? Composite takes all of the tilts and it puts it into one image. So when we see composite, that's what composite means. So base doesn't do what composite does. Composite is taking all the tilts, right? Your half degree tilts, your 1 degree tilts, your 5 basic tilts, and it's scanning all those tilts. And in that same time frame, it's scanning all those tilts within a time frame of returning the image between 4 and 5 minutes of returning the image. When we see composite, it has put through the algorithm and everything else, it has layered all of the tilts together, put them all together, married them up, and that is what we see as composite reflectivity. We are seeing all of the tilts in there when we see composite reflectivity. Instead of base is just saying, oh, I'm only giving you one tilt when it comes to base. So that's the difference between base reflectivity and composite. Composite reflectivity is a better because it's a better visual and understanding of what is actually going on throughout all of the scans, through all of the tilts of the radar. So again, the stronger the return signal, the heavier the precipitation is likely to be. Yes, we know that. Reflectivity maps are what most people see in weather maps, where different colors represent varying rainfall intensity. Velocity. Another important product is velocity data. So these are going to be like the top ones, right? So we have reflectivity, composite reflectivity. We have velocity here. Velocity, another. So this data set comes from Doppler radar and shows the speed and direction that precipitation particles are moving relative to the radar. So remember, it's relative to where the radar is at. That is, so when I'm looking at velocity, and you guys see me doing live severe weather coverage, when I'm looking at velocity in my mind, I have to be at all times. I have to know where that radar, which radar site is picking it up and where that radar site is located at, because then that tells me, if there's rotation, where that rotation is at, if there is convergence or if there is divergence. So again, you have to be cognizant of where that radar site is located at. So by examining velocity patterns, meteorologists can identify wind circulation inside storms and detect areas where rotation might be occurring. Yes. Another one is range height indicator. So, and if you guys are still with me, if you're still awake, it's 2 a.m. my time. Hopefully, learning a little bit here, having a little bit of fun here. But hopefully, get some W's here in the chat. Hopefully, get some thumbs up, whatever. If you're sleeping, that's cool. I appreciate you at least leaving me on while you sleep. So appreciate you being in here. So, but yeah, definitely for that. So, and thank you, Milas Fox. Thank you, Milas Fox, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Appreciate that. So I appreciate, yes, again, if you're sleeping, that's cool. I appreciate if you just leave me up while you sleep. That's cool. And then maybe you can go back and watch some of this. So thank you, Milas Fox. Appreciate it. Thank you for being in here. But again, this is going to go a little bit deeper than 101, right? So That's what 201 is all about, right? So think about this about middle, again, about middle learning about radar. So I could teach radar, literally, I could teach radar for about a month to really, really get into what radar is actually really, really doing out there for us. So that's how much is involved in radar. I mean, there's so much that how deep we can get into with physics and with science, physics, mathematics, all that stuff. So that's going on there. So just think about it. If you ever see a radome, right, or if you ever see a weather, if you ever see what's going on there, if you ever see a site, think about just there's a lot that is entailed. There's a lot that's going on just to make that antenna spin and just to make everything from the hardware to the software to make what we see to the image that we see. There is so many complex moving parts. So just the technology involved is absolutely ridiculous. So, but nonetheless, yes, thank you, Milas. Though again, thank you, Milas Fox, for being in here. Uh, Highly appreciate that. Thank you. If you're new here, if you are new here, well, my name is John. I go by John Boy. John Boy is a nickname of mine for me. I am a digital meteorologist. I do live severe weather coverage, and I also do live severe weather teachings and weather seminars. So, thank you for being here. Tonight is Radar 201, Radar 101 I taught last month. So, again, thank you again for being here, everybody who's in here. So, let's jump back in. If you ever have any questions or anything else, just let me know in the comments, and I will do my best to um, answer your questions. So, thank you, Phil O'Dowd. Thank you for being here. God bless you as well. Appreciate it so much. Thank you, Phil O'Dowd. Phil O'Dowd is from Ireland, so very great stuff over there. We got a lot of people in here. Got a lot of subscribers who are from overseas, which is very, very awesome. So, very great stuff. So jump back in. So this other part here we have is called a range height indicator, or RHI, as we like to call it in meteorology world. So a more specialized radar display is the RHI. Instead of showing precipitation across a horizontal map, this radar view displays a vertical cross section of the atmosphere. Um, so again, we're not looking at a horizontal map here. We are looking at a vertical cross section of the atmosphere. It allows meteorologists to examine how tall a storm is and and how precipitation is distributed from the ground up through the cloud structure. So again, this helps us see, helps meteorologists like myself to see again how tall a storm is. So because storm height does play a factor. It's not an always factor though into how strong um, a storm is, right? But storm height does help because we want to see how tall that storm is growing, and we want to see how tall or how strong that updraft is, and that's where we're going to talk about echotops here in a little bit. We'll talk about echotops and how that helps us meteorologists to see, at the tallest point to where precipitation is being seen at um, in the storm. So again, we talked about that, about how weather radars work. So this is just going to be giving some bullet points here, but I'm not going to beat that over what's going on here. So this is a good image here, though. It shows what's going on here. So as you see, as it goes out further, um, as the beam goes out further, the beam expands. So it's smaller, it's tighter at smaller at in the beginning, then it goes out further and further, and it starts getting wider or it starts expanding as it keeps going out. But again, due to the Earth's curvature, right? So the Earth's curvature plays a huge, huge role in radar. Yes, the Earth is round. Yes, the Earth has curves. Um, So, so what are you seeing here? So what you're seeing here, this is a radar site here, right? It's scanning, it's scanning, it's scanning. Um, but if there was precipitation right back in here that it was scanning, see the gap here and see the gap back here? It wouldn't be able to, this is what we call the radar blind spot or the radar blind zone. It wouldn't be able to pick up the rate, it wouldn't be able to pick up the precipitation here. So this is the gap here. So that's why if you see here as well, it's our in this gap here, it's not picking up this tornado here. It's not picking up. It's picking up the top of the clouds and stuff. So that's why the further the storm is away from the radar, the higher up the radar beam is scanning. It's due to the curvature of the Earth. It's the way it works. And we'll talk a little bit about refraction, and we'll talk a little bit about that of what's going on there. So Beth says she has a flat map of the Earth, or the Earth is flat. So I guess this will not really pertain to you then, Beth, for radar then, because if the Earth was flat here, we would be able to see everything right here. This beam would just be all this would be able to be seen right here. But look, we see the gap, right? See the gap? And see how it expands out. So the further it goes up, the further this is away, it's showing this away at this storm is about 120 miles away. So if this storm is about 120 miles away, this radar is not going to pick up the tornado on the ground. Like, so I mean, we'll see be able to see rotation and things of that nature, but we won't be able to see underneath the cloud base. So again, um, so basically, so radar cannot see. It depends on where the radar is positioned at. It depends on how it is. You know, sometimes uh, they're put on top of mountains. There is actually some radars that are on top of mountains. There are radars that are put on top of different structures. So that all depends and plays a part on how low or how ground level the um, that the radar can see, and how many things are in the way, whether it's hills or valleys or buildings and everything else. So there's a lot of geography that goes into play in how the radar can see that. So radar again is only scanned. There's only a few radar sites that can actually see a couple hundred feet off the ground. Everywhere else, we're basically talking, 1,000 feet above the ground or so. But there are some that can see a couple hundred to a few hundred feet above the ground. Everywhere else, we're not. We're still pretty high off the ground when we look at radar. So we're never seeing a storm at ground level. That's why we need storm chasers. That's why we need storm spotters. That's why we need, um, Doppler on wheels and everything like that, and everything else, so we can see stuff on the ground that the radar sites can't see again, due to the bending of the beam. And we'll get into reflection, to refraction and stuff as well. So that's what's happening here over a long distance. That's what's happening with the radar. It doesn't like to see. It doesn't do good over long distances. I mean, it does as best as it can, uh, but it likes it when the storm is up closer, because then it can see more of the storm and get more of a better picture of what is happening there. So, but again, even though the beam grows longer or wider, as we would call it, it grows wider. It still has gaps in the way there. So this is a good depiction of what's happening here. So again, many systems can update this information every few minutes, and again, this is 4 to 5 minutes. So yes, yep. Thank you, Beth. Yep, there is a radar on top of Mount Washington, and that is about 6,300 feet. So yeah, so very, very. Again, they are placed in different spots. They're on top of mountains. They're on top of hills. They're on top of different structures. But again, it all depends on what is around, geographic, geography wise, what is around them. So yes, they are spread out all over the place and put in different types of, uh, you know, put on top of different things. So, but again, people call it a big golf ball, but the technical name for the dome is called a radome. RADOME. That is actually what you're looking at. So that is what houses the antenna. So some advanced radar systems also use Doppler technology to detect motion. Yeah, yes, that's true. By measuring small changes in the frequency of the return signal, the radar can estimate wind movement inside storms. Thank you, brother Jonathan. Appreciate that, buddy. Thank you. This helps forecasters identify rotating thunderstorms, strong winds, and other signs of severe weather. Yes, it does. But again, we have the benefits of this, right? But we also have limitations, right? So we're going to talk about the benefits of radar, but then we're going to say, okay, what is it that radar can do very well, or what can it not do at all? So this is why I teach people. When I teach people on radar, I say, use radar obviously as it's a tool, it's an advantage, it's what we have when it comes to severe weather. But there are limitations, so don't think that it's perfect. It's not a perfect end all be all when it comes to radar. There are anomalies. There are some. There is there's so much things that's going on with radar, but it's not a as much as we information that we have put into it, mathematics and algorithms and physics and science and everything else, all these great equations, right, that we've put into them. And there's so many equations that are put into these things. The radar is and never will be 100% perfect. Again, there's so many things out there that we have to deduct from when we look at radar, um, to make sure it's not a bird, it's not a building, it's not insects. Because yes, radar picks up insects as well. It picks up birds. It picks up animals. It picks up, it picks up a lot of different things. So what I teach people is do not utilize radar as a 100% proof, tool. It is there, but it does have its limitations, and we're gonna get into that. Beth says, so is it because radars are placed all over the place that they have a hard time knowing why storm turns to a supercell? No. The reason that we have it's that we don't know um, if a storm is going to turn into a supercell or not is just because of the pure science behind it, and that is, yeah, we can forecast storms, or we can forecast precipitation, but when it comes to knowing exactly if that storm is going to start spinning or not, again, is not um, it is not known. Like we don't know. I mean, there's theories out there. There's a lot of theories out there, but proving, there's nothing that has been nothing that has been proven as to why um, a storm becomes a supercell. Like, we know how it becomes a supercell, but we don't know if a storm is going to become a supercell. We don't know that. Like, we can look at 1,000 blips on the radar, right? Because all the storms start out as little bitty blips, like little bitty green dots, little bitty guys. But we don't know if all 1,000 of them are going to start turning and become supercells. Start spinning. That's a supercell, right? It's a rotating mesocyclone. I should say rotating. That's the term to use. But so we don't know if they're going to start rotating and become um, a rotating mesocyclone, or we don't know if all 1,000 of them are just going to just be a normal thunderstorm that's not rotating. So, but again, um, so what it we don't know, we don't fully know. Excuse me, why a storm A becomes a supercell. I mean, we know the parameters, but we don't know if it's going to. I shouldn't say why it is become. We just don't know if it is going to become. And then two, we don't know if it's going to produce a tornado or not, because we just don't know. From all the science, from everything that we've ever learned about tornadoes and studied, we can't predict which storm is going to put a tornado down or not. Yeah, well, I mean, like, we understand what makes the storm, and we understand what makes the storm, um, like, the ingredients that are there that are needed to make it a supercell. We understand that, but we don't know if a storm is going to tap into those ingredients and then start turning that. Like we can't predict and say, again, we can have 1,000 blips or 1,000 storms that aren't turning, and then we can't look at all those 1,000 storms and go, okay, number 7 is going to start turning, number 14 is going to start turning, number 144 is going to start turning. We just don't know that. We don't know. We don't know how those storms are going to interact. Because remember, weather is constant, right? It's constantly moving. It's constantly in motion. So we don't know how that storm is going to interact with those ingredients. Because even moving um, a half block over could mean a difference, because you could be crossing boundaries. So you could be going from higher dew points into lower dew points. You could be going from higher moisture to lower moisture. You could be going from more vertical shear to less vertical shear, and it's happening every second. So that's why we can't pinpoint and say this specific storm is going to start spinning. We can't do that. We understand why it spins. We understand what it needs, but we don't know. We can't predict if that storm is going to actually start rotating or not. So, and again, when it starts rotating, when it becomes a supercell, that's what you need for a tornado, right? You need a mesocyclone, and then you need tornadogenesis to start happening, and then for a tornado to form. So that is why we can't. That is why we can't predict, again, if any storm is going to be a supercell. Now we can, from our algorithms and from everything else, we look at the HRRR, or we look at these forecasts, which are called convection allowing, radars and stuff like that. So we can look at these convection allowing future casts that'll say, oh, it's showing storms firing up here, and it's probably showing some intense storms, and it might be showing some discrete cells and stuff like that. But we still don't know if those discrete cells are going to be supercells or not, right? So again, supercells are very rare. Like if you go back and if you look at all, if you look at all of the, and there's data on this, you can go back and look at all of the storms from last year, all the storms in 2024. You can go back and look at every single storm, and you can look at how many of those storms were actually supercell storms. So again, rotating, right? A rotating mesocyclone. It's rotating. Very, very rare. It's a very rare phenomenon to actually have a supercell. So not only are they very rare, they're unpredictable. So that again is what But again, those are the factors, because remember, weather is in constant motion. There's boundaries all the time. There's stuff that we can't physically see with our eyes, right? Like stuff that's going on up in the atmosphere. Um, Yes, it is just one of God's mysteries. Yes, absolutely. So this is stuff that's going on in the atmosphere that you and I can't visually see, right? This is going on above our heads. This is going on at 10,000 feet, 15,000 feet. There's a lot of stuff that's going on up there, right? That you and I can't see, and again, it's in constant motion. So it's so again, there's different, there's boundaries, there's troughs. There's different layers of the atmosphere, so there's different things that are happening. We constantly got cold mixing with warm, and we got instability mixing with stability. We got all this stuff that's happening all the time, and it's in constant motion. So again, that is why again, we don't know. We don't know why. I mean, again, we know why storms do become supercell, but we don't know which storms are going to become supercell. So that is not known. But we know why they do, yes, but we don't know if they're going to or not. So hopefully that answers that. Hopefully that makes that clear for you on that there, Beth. So again, what are some of the benefits of radar? Great question, though, Beth. Very great question. Appreciate it. If you guys have any questions, please let me know. And again, I will explain it to you if I know the answer. If not, I will tell you I do not know the answer. So again, benefits. Weather radar is one of the most valuable tools meteorologists use. Yes, Tamale. Yes. Its biggest ability, right, is to detect precipitation over large areas in real time. Yes, that is very true. So a single radar station can observe rain, snow, air storms hundreds of kilometers away, helping meteorologists quickly identify developing weather systems. Yes, radar is also extremely useful for tracking storm movement intensity. Yes, absolutely. Because radar images update every few minutes, forecasters can watch storms evolve and issue warnings for severe weather such as thunderstorms, heavy rainfall, or potential flooding. Yes, we can actually see how heavy it is raining as well too. So, thank you again. Thank you very much, Beth. Advanced systems like Doppler radar even allow meteorologists to detect wind patterns inside storms, which help identify rotation or strong winds. So, what can a weather radar do? Well, detect precipitation, track storm movement and development, detect wind patterns inside storms. So, again, that's some of the benefits, right, of radar. Actually, that's very beneficial to have that. So, limitations though. However, radar technology also has some limitations. One challenge is that the radar beam gradually rises above the ground as it moves further from the station. So remember, the further it moves out, it keeps rising due to the curvature of the Earth. So it doesn't stay linear, like it doesn't just stay straight, right? It's not in a straight line. It keeps rising and rising and rising and rising. So um, going up. So I mean, it just doesn't go straight out horizontally. It keeps rising up. So this means precipitation close to the surface may sometimes be missed at long distances, and it is. That is why we do miss sometimes when uh, whatever radar site, whatever storm is closest to the whatever radar site, but it might be further away. Sometimes we miss precipitation, but it's there. So like you can be talking to your friend and they're like, "Oh, it's raining here," and then you can look on the radar site and go, "I don't see any rain for your area," and you can be like, "Well, that is because the radar cannot see that rain." So just that is what happens. That is how radar works. Radar signals can be also be blocked or distorted by mountains. Yes, they can be. Buildings. Yes, radar does not like mountains. It doesn't like anything in its way. It doesn't like mountains, buildings. It doesn't like anything that are super super dense that can block its signal. So or very very even heavy rainfall can also reduce its accuracy because again it doesn't like very dense things, even though we're utilizing it to see immense rainfall. That's so awesome. Jonathan says he needs a radar in his house because his kids are like tornadoes when the groceries come. Yes, yes. Awesome, brother. Got to keep those kids fed, man. You got to keep giving them their snacks and whatever else they're looking forward to. So very good. But again, just remember that to get back on track. Remember that radar does not like dense objects. It doesn't like tall things. It doesn't like things that can get in the way of its path. So in some cases, radar may even detect non-weather objects. It does all the time. Birds, insects, dust particles. It happens all the time, every day. You can actually see. Sometimes you can actually see like a flock of birds on there. So like it'll be like a very clear weather day, and you get a flock of birds on there, and you'll think that looks like you know rain showers, whatever, and stuff like that. And you look at it, and it's like, oh, it's actually a flock of birds that the radar is picking up. It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. Together, these systems provide a more complete and reliable picture of current weather conditions. So, what are limitations? Beam spreading at distance, beam blockage in terrain, false echoes. So, false echoes, right? Um, so we're talking about anomalous propagation. So we're talking about false echoes here. So those are false returns of what we're seeing there on the radar. Um, so we're talking about how to read it, right? So Beth, you're talking a little bit about the color scale, right? So the color scale here, right? So we're looking at light rain in the green, um, talking about moderate rain here, heavy rain, right? So we're going light green, right? I talked about this a little bit ago. So we're going light green into the green, dark green into the yellow. Um, we're looking at Beth says so. Basically, like when radar picks up a debris from a tornado, yes, Yes, we definitely on radar get bird signatures, just um, like we get on a correlation coefficient when we get a debris ball. So, but you actually see on reflectivity, you actually see birds on reflectivity. So that's pretty cool. So heavy rain goes from orange to again orange, light orange, medium orange into the reds and the dark reds. Stream rain. This is when we start getting to the pinks. Sometimes some use white, some will use black. Um, but again, the NWS has their this is their they have their main color coding scale that they use. So then we just identify. This is just going to tell you where identify. Watch the movement on radar. Again, look at the storm shape and structure. And I'm going through these a little quickly because we talked a lot about this in 101 here. I'll back up just for a second. So identify where precipitation is occurring. So again, we're looking at what we're seeing where precipitation is falling. So next one is watch the movement on the radar. So if we look at radar, we can see it. If we put the radar into motion, we can see if it's coming towards us or if it's going away from us or whatever it may be. But it's going to be able to, if we put it into motion, we'll be able to see which direction that is showing on reflectivity. Then step 4, we can get a little bit more deep. Deeper, and we start looking at storm shape and structure. So now you're here, this was like a bow, right? So very strong downburst here, right? Is happening here. So most likely we would have a gust front here with a big old shelf cloud and everything else right here. So welcome back in, Phil O'Dowd. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming back in. Appreciate that. So again, that is what's happening there from that spot. So from radar there. So what we are going to look into, I'm going to keep on this real quick. So this is going to give us into, actually I'm going to jump into a little bit deep, a little bit deep right here. So hope you guys are ready for a little bit of some science here. It's a little bit deeper again, right? So again, this is 201. So we're going to dive deeper into what's going on here. So we're looking at radar beams, right? So we're going to look a little bit in depth here at radar beams here. There are two main radar beams aspects to consider when viewing images from any Doppler radar. So the first one deals with the beam spreading. Again, the beam spreads as it gets further out, right? So it starts spreading. As it moves further or farther away from the radar transmitter. So again, at the radar site, right, we have a transmitter. That's what it's going out. Transmitter is transmitting the signal. It receives the signal through a receiver. Then it all goes through a processor. Then it gets all to the computer and everything else. Then that's what spits out the radar image. So it's going through all that. The second is how the beam bends, called refraction, because remember, the beam does bend. So this is where we're going to start talking about refraction here. Just kind of like how light refracts, right? So as it travels through the atmosphere. So beam spreading, while often depicted as a cone with distinct edges, the radar beam is better visualized much like that of an ordinary household flashlight. In a darkened room, take a flashlight and, while standing at least 10 feet away, shine it on a wall. You will notice the bright areas around the center of the beam. We'll also notice the brightness fade away farther away from the beam center point. You also notice the width of the beam changes as you move towards or away from the wall. Yes, the beam of energy transmitted from the Doppler radar is no different. A conical shaped beam is formed as energy moves away from the radar. Most of the energy is located near the center of the beam, with energy decreasing away from the center. By convection, we define the width of the beam as the distance between the two half power points. Sorry, let me go back up to the image here. So what are we looking at here? We're looking at, so if we're looking at the cone here, right? If we look at this cone on this cone shape here, let me circle it around here. So this is, where this, right here. So at the top point, we have what are known as half power points. On the bottom, we have what are known as half power points as well. And then in the middle, we have what is called the beam center line. So just to give you a visual of what this is looking like here. So, and this is 1 degree tilt is what it's looking at. So, um, so let's go into, so by convection, we look at, so we define the width of the beam as the distance between the two half power points. So again, so from top to the bottom, the point where there is 50% reduction in the radar's transmitted energy. For the WSR 88Ds, those are what we use here in the United States. So United States, we use what are called WSR is weather surveillance radio. That's what the WSR stands for. The dash 88D stands for the year that it was implemented. So as you see, the D stands for Doppler, by the way. If you're wondering what D stands for, it stands for Doppler. Thank you, Jonathan. Hope to see you here, back in here again, buddy. Much love to you, brother. Thank you so much for being in here. Highly, highly appreciate you being here, brother. Hope it all goes well for you at what was it, a doctor's visit or appointment? Yes. Hopefully, yes. Let us know. Do you? I don't know if you're not in the Discord yet, but if you can, man, and jump into Discord there and let us know how things are going throughout the day. So, but yeah, we'll be praying for you, brother. We'll be thinking about you and stuff. So, but please get better. Let us know how we can, help you and whatnot. So, but yeah, if you don't have Discord yet, please jump into there, man, because so we can, stay in contact after live streams and everything else. So, but yes, so again, so we use the WSR 88Ds. These are what we use. This is what's called. So again, WSR, Weather Surveillance Radio. That is what it stands for. 88 is the year it's implemented. So again, this is in 1988, and the D is Doppler. And this is the latest ones that we have. So we have 160 of these spread throughout the whole United States. So again, and United States territories. So we have 160 under the jurisdiction of the United States here. So because we do have in Puerto Rico as well, and I think Guam has one as well. It's wherever we have territories and everything else. So whatever, there are 160 of these. So to give you a brief history of it, WSR goes all the way back to 57. So we did have WSR 57s. Those were the first ones. So 57 was the first weather radars. That was the year 1957. Then in 1975 we had WSR 75s. That's when they changed and went to 75s. And then WSR 88s is what we currently have. And again, so if you think about that, this technology that we're currently using is almost 40 years old. So this technology that you're seeing is almost 40 years old. Now, does it get upgraded? Yes. Does it get updated? Yes, it does. But the whole actual base nucleus of the technology that we are utilizing is 40 years old. Will be 40 years old in 2 years. So Yes. And there's a lot of people are like, well, I can't believe this. Can't believe we haven't put any new things since 1988. That's true. We have not put anything new in since 1988. The main core of it. But of course, yes, we updated. Of course, it gets upgraded. It gets updated. It gets things of that. But besides that, again, the core nucleus of the technology that we are utilizing is basically 40 years old. Pretty wild to think about, right? But nonetheless, it does a great job. So, we'll jump back in here. The radar beam spreads out approximately 1,000 feet for every 10 miles of travel. So, again, let's do the math on this. The radar beam spreads out approximately 1,000 feet for every 10 miles. What it means by spread out, it means that it's getting wider and wider and wider and wider. That's what it means. So at 120 miles from the radar, the beam is over 2 miles wide. This spreading of the beam impacts the resolution of the return data, because remember, the further it goes out and sees it, now it's wider, but it doesn't bring back a higher resolution, it doesn't bring back a better resolution. The spreading of the beam impacts the resolution of the return data. Small storm scale features that are easily seen close to the radar are often masked at long distances. So that's why it's hard to see the storm structure when it's 100 miles away or 120 miles away from the radar site. Because again, remember the beam is widened, but what happens? It's actually the inverse. You think, well, the beam's wider, so we should be able to get a better resolution and image from that. But no, actually, we get better data and better resolution from a very small, tinier radar beam. So when it gets stretched, the image gets stretched, so it doesn't return a very good image for us. So the effect is also why solid lines of storms. Now this is pretty cool. This is a pretty cool fact here. So this effect is why solid lines. So we're talking linear, right? So if you look at if you looked at a storm system coming, 150 miles away or whatever it may be or something, it might look like one solid line of a storm. But listen to this. The effect is why solid line of storms may appear to break up as they get closer to the radar. But in reality, the line of storms may have never been continuous to begin with. Maybe they were never one solid line to begin with, but the radar wasn't able to resolve the gaps in the line. So because the further away, the radar basically was just looking at it as one huge line, because it couldn't differentiate or decipher that it was actually a whole multitude of storms, but it was just picking it up as being one big storm. So like an MCS or QLCS or something like that. So that is why, though, when it looks like it gets closer to your radar, you're like, oh, it's breaking up. It's getting. No, it was probably broken up all the way to begin with. We just couldn't see that, on radar. So some radar images here, beam spreading. And if you guys are still listening and still awake, appreciate it. But again, this is going to get a little bit deeper. But that's the whole basis and point of this lesson. So beam spreading affects the resolution of the products available to forecasters, as we just talked about. The two images of a tornadic thunderstorm were taken at the same time from two different radars. In the image on the left, so this guy here, a well-defined hook echo. We can see the hook echo right here, right? If you can see this right here, the hook echo here, right? This is what we call a hook echo. Why do we call it a hook echo? Because it's hooking down the backside. This is the hook echo. It's coming down the rear flank downdraft. So just to give you a brief anatomy lesson of a storm. So this right here, right? This is what we would call a supercell. It's rotating, or it's tornadic, right? And we know that through velocity and everything else. But this is the forward flank. This is the forward, because this is what's called the forward flank. It actually has a V notch in here, which is a very well-defined characteristic. But nonetheless, so this is the forward flank. This is what's going on here. We do have a core here, right? So in the core here, we have like a hail core, or we have, very intense rain. So what it's called the core. A lot of times you hear the word hail core. This is what it's talking about right here. This is in the forward flank. And we actually have what's called a forward flank downdraft, or an FFD. so we can get some strong winds from this as well. Beth says, so if it doesn't see as well from longer distances, it's kind of like a mirage. You don't see what's real until you get up close. I guess in a way, it could look like that for sure, because there are times, again, if we're looking at the closest it is to the radar, because the radar can pick it up. These radars scan about two 220, about 220 miles is usually about the length of the full scan, like the distance from the radar site to how far the beam stretches out. It's usually about 220 miles, maybe give or take a few miles here or there. So yeah, if that storm has just come into that field of view, or the radar's field of view, the radar's vision, and it's 200 miles away, we don't even know if really what that storm really even looks like. I mean, it's yes, we're going to get images returned. We're going to get, but to get it in minute detail, we're going to need that storm to get 100 miles closer. 100. Well, way closer to really define what's really happening to there. Now, can we pick up rain? Yes. Can we pick up other things like that? Yes, but it's going to be very difficult to actually see though the full storm structure of what's going on. So that's why it's so difficult to even to pick up tornadoes when they're that far away from the radar site. To pick up heavier types of precipitation and things like that. Yes. So yes, yes, it can look like that, and then especially like if we think what we see is a MCS line or a Boeing line, but as it gets closer to the radar side, we can actually see, well, all those storms are actually broken up. They're not actually a big one line, So it could be like a mirage, yes, in a way at times for sure. Great point out there. But yeah, but to get back to the anatomy here, so real quick, so the anatomy of this, what we're looking at, this is a supercell storm here. Again, we're right here looking, right? So forward flank. Now the back side here is what is called the rear flank downdraft, or the RFD. This is the rear flank. It comes in. So what's happening here, right? It stretches. So this is one cell, right? Or this cell is together, right? So what's happening here? So just imagine this hook echo isn't here, right? Like you don't see this hook echo. So imagine this as being this whole guy here. So what happens here? Well, the winds wrap around the backside so intensely that what's happening is that it stretches, it pulls the moisture, it pulls all of the whether that be rain or hail or whatever it may be, and it pulls that out. And then what it does is it wraps around it as it pulls it out. It wraps around it, and it's ingesting inflow, warm, moist air. So this is inflow. This is the inflow coming in right here. So this is where it's drawing in all of its fuel that it's needing right now. So what happened was the rear flank, it wrapped around, it stretched it out, elongated it out, and then it started spinning because it had the rotation. So again, the rear flank is what's causing all this, and then it comes here, and then the inflow is what's feeding it and what's keeping it going. It says warm, moist air right here flowing into this. So this is what it keeps feeding it and feeding it and feeding it. But that's how it stretches out and becomes a hook echo. That's what's happening there. Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate that. So I won't bore you guys with the anatomy of it, but in case you might not know or may know what the anatomy of how it looks like, that's what is going on there. Yada yada yada. Yes, the hook echo is clearly evident in the northwest of Gerald, Texas. Yes, an AF3 tornado was in progress. At the time, the Central Texas, this is the Central Texas one. This is to the right here. Wait a second. Yeah, Central Texas WSR 88 sampled this storm at a range of 20 miles. The beam height was approximately 1,300 feet above the ground and a beam width of about 2,000 feet. The image on the right was taken from Fort Worth, Texas, at a range of 98 miles, so 78 miles further away. The beam height was approximately 12,000 feet above the ground, and the beam was nearly 2 miles wide. So you can see the total difference, right? So this beam here, this is taken 98 miles away. So this kind of helps understand what's going on. This is almost 100 miles away. It's seen at 12,000 feet, right? So it's not seen anywhere near what this site is seeing here. So again, this is taken at 12,000 feet, 98 what we call it 100 miles away, and the beam width is nearly 2 miles wide. So again, that's why it's all distorted, and you can't even you'd have to really dive into this and zoom in to even see a hook echo signature from this far away. But we come over here and we go, okay, we're only 20 miles away from the radar site, so we're scanning it at approximately 1,300 feet AGL, or above ground level, and the width is about 2,000 feet. So again, closer, way better. Further, it's really distorted to pick up there. So yes, that's what's going on there. And it's a good depiction. So if we look at the depiction here, right? If we look at the depiction here, we see what is going on here. Again, this is where it was at here, 20 miles away. It's looking up here, and this is what's happening to the beam as it keeps going further out and further out and further out. So very cool stuff from there. So thank you again, Brother Jonathan. Highly appreciate it, buddy. So again, the rate of this spread is about 1,000 feet for every 10 miles. So just remember that. That's the ratio. Jumping to refraction real quick. So there's two things. There's sub-refraction and there's super-refraction that's happening here. Refraction, in addition to beam spreading, the beam also does not travel in a straight line. It is bent due to differences in atmospheric density. So remember, the beam is not just going in a straight line. It's bending. It's curving. These density differences caused by variations in temperature, moisture, and pressure occur in both the vertical and horizontal directions and affect the speed and direction of the radar beam. The denser the atmosphere, the slower the beam travels. Conversely, the less dense the atmosphere, the faster the beam travels. These changes in density can occur over small distances, so it is common for the beam, as it spreads, to be in areas of different densities at the same time. The beam will bend in the direction of the slower portion of the wave. So there's lots going on here scientifically, what's happening here. So the atmospheric density naturally decreases with increasing elevation. This is primarily due to the decrease of air molecules and consequently air pressure as elevation increases. This means the top portion of a beam in the atmosphere can move faster than the bottom portion. Under normal atmospheric conditions, when there is a gradual decrease of pressure, temperature, and humidity with height, a radar beam's curvature is slightly less than the Earth's curvature. So, pretty cool stuff to know there. So again, we're talking about refraction, right? It's not a straight line. The beam is curved. It is a curved beam. So now we're going to get into inside of the refraction. So now we're going to talk about subrefraction and superrefraction. So atmospheric conditions are really normal, and as we know that weather is in constant motion. Atmospheric conditions change by the split second. That's why no one day is the same as the next day. That's why no 1 minute is the same as the next minute, because the weather is constantly in motion. So atmospheric conditions are really normal. If the density decreases quicker than normal with height, density is less than normal. Then the beam bends less than normal and climbs excessively skyward. So this is called subrefraction. So as you see in the top picture here, subrefraction causes the beam to bend less than normal and can lead to an underestimate of storm intensity. So again, this is why radar is not 100% foolproof. This is not 100% of what, to help us. I mean, it helps us obviously, but it's not 100%. Um, you know, what we're seeing all the time. So we have to make sure that we understand that it's not 100% perfect is what's going on, because we have different atmospheric conditions can cause what's known as subrefraction. So again, we can underestimate a storm's intensity due to this, and it happens a lot. So subrefraction causes the radar to overshoot objects that would normally be detected. Distant thunderstorms might not be detected with subrefraction, um, or their intensity may be underreported as the beam hits only the top portion of the thunderstorm cloud. Conversely, if density decreases slower than normal with height, density is greater than normal, then the beam bends more than normal and is curved more towards the Earth's surface. So now we're going, instead of going up, we're going down. So super means it's going down. This phenomenon is called superrefraction. Superrefraction causes the radar beam to be closer to the Earth's surface than what would occur in a normal atmosphere. This can lead to overestimating the strength of a thunderstorm, as the beam would be detecting more of the core of the storm versus a weaker upper level. So again, now we can overestimate and say, oh, this storm is way more intense than what it actually is. So again, this is this again. So refraction can cause us to say, oh crap, we underestimated the strength of this thunderstorm. Oh crap, we overestimated the strength of the storm. So again, that is and what can happen and does happen out there. So another one is called ducting. So ducting, ducting. An extreme case of superrefraction causes the radar beam to bend more than the Earth's curvature. This can result in ducting. Ducting often leads to false echoes, also known as anomalous propagation or simply AP. So we call it AP, in the meteorological world. But it's also called anomalous propagation, also known as false echoes. So different, they're different words, but they all mean the same. When this condition occurs, the beam may be refracted back towards the surface where a road or railroad track runs parallel to the radar beam, making it possible to view cars or trains on radar. W's for how cool that is. Yes, in ducting, when ducting does take place, we can actually see cars or trains on weather radars. That's a W out there for weather radars. That is cool as heck. That's cool. If you guys are still awake and still listening, hit some W's, hit some thumbs up or something in there, because that is pretty gnarly. Of what's going on there. So again, that's ducting. We can actually it can actually show cars, trains on weather radar when that happens, when that phenomenon happens. So pretty cool stuff there. So again, subrefraction, refraction, inducting, and again, it's all due to refraction there. So again, refraction is bending, right? So the line that goes out, right, the beam that goes out, it's not a straight beam. It is a refracting, which means it is a curved beam. So it does not travel. It does not travel in a straight. It's a bent, right? It's bent. So refraction. So there's a lot going on here, right? A lot going on here. So we'll take a look at AP, right? We talked about AP just a second ago. So if you ever look on radar sites, sometimes you will see this. You'd be like, it's a perfect, clear, sunny day, and you look on a radar site and you'll say, oh, what the heck is going on here? Well, this is just false radar. This is just anonymous propagation. This is what's called AP. This is what is called, as what we call echoes that are not precipitation. So again, if you ever look at a radar site on a clear day, you will see a lot of times you will see this right here. You will see false echoes on the radar. So again, false echoes are known as anomalous propagation, an echo that is not precipitation. Radar return from AP is unpredictable, contaminates contaminates precipitation measurements, and can cause the generation of erroneous rainfall estimates used to hydrology projects. Yes, so that's why we have to be careful and get separate um, AP from the actual real data that we're trying to use. So there are two main types of AP or anomalous propagation on radars. Ground clutter, you may have heard this term. Ground clutter, I talked about it in 101, ground clutter, and super refraction. So ground clutter is the most common and is usually seen in every radar image. When atmospheric conditions are such that there are low level inversions, air temperature increasing with height instead of the typical decreasing with height, ground clutter can be very pronounced. This is the easiest false echo to recognize since it does not move, has no structure to it that looks similar to real precipitation, and it's usually close to the radar. Yes, radars pick up tons and tons of ground clutter. Ground clutter in clean air mode is often more prevalent than in precipitation mode because the radar is in its most sensitive operation, thereby seeing smaller objects such as dirt, dust, and bugs, and everything else. So that's ground clutter. Super refraction, we just talked about that, so I'm not going to go over that. But nonetheless, so and this is just going to give us a really good look at what AP does. I just wanted to show this because if you look at radar, you can see this here. And you're like, oh, somebody who might be new to learning, looking at it or learning it, might think, oh, this is rain here or this is rain here, but no, it's not. It's either ground clutter or it's super refraction. Either way, it's AP. It's anomalous propagation. So, but it has nothing to do with precipitation at all. And so one way to really do that is to compare two of the closest radar sites to each other. So you can rule out if you really wanted to get into it, you could rule out any type of precipitation. But just knowing, as you get more in depth and you get more experience looking at radar, you'll see this and just go, okay, that is just that's not precipitation at all. But nonetheless, so this is just talking about two different locations having the same type thing. So we know both radars are showing strong anomalous propagation because neither radar supports what the other is seeing. Therefore, none of the echoes on either radar are precipitation, with the exception of light precipitation seen on the far right side of the Lubbock radar. So that is going to be way up here, but you can tell it's different. You can tell it's different than what this is right here. So this is seeking the second opinion. So this is what we call a second opinion to verify the validity of what the radar is indicating. So when you see one radar spitting out like AP, you can go to the next radar site, and if it's if they are not supporting each other, then you know that that it is anonymous. It's AP because the other radar site, if it was precipitation, would pick up that precipitation. So when it comes to that, so to further verify the anomalous propagation, the visible satellite image left taken at the same time as the two radar images shows clear skies over both locations. So you can actually add in satellite imagery and go, okay, there's no clouds here. There's nothing here, so I can go, there's no rain. This is not rain whatsoever. And even this light rain, it's not even picked up by the satellite. So nonetheless, but again, that's what's happening with AP. So just jump into that real quick. Dual polarization. So what is going on here with dual polarization? So during 2012, so only 14 years ago, The network of WSR 88Ds were upgraded to dual polarization. Remember what I said about dual? It means dual means two, right? So it means vertical and it means horizontal. So the electric field of a transmitted pulse of energy oscillates, spins, rotates, goes back and forth, or moves back and forth. Polarization refers to looking at just one plane, or polarization. So we're talking about single. They don't say single. We don't say single polarization. We just say polarization. Polarization refers to looking at just one plane or direction in which the electric field oscillates or goes back and forth. It's important. It is an important aspect of radar as it determines what kinds of targets are best identified. For instance, weather radars are usually polarized in the linear horizontal plane. Since drops of liquid tend to flatten out as they fall, this horizontal polarization is excellent at striking the falling rain and returning data back to the radar. So that's what we do. Air traffic control radars, meanwhile, are interested in detecting aircraft, not precipitation. So these radars are often polarized in a circular configuration to avoid detecting rain. So again, it all depends on how it's oriented. But again, it's still single, right? It's only looking in one direction. Um, Before the upgrade, all WSR 80Ds were polarized in a linear horizontal configuration. After the upgrade, the radars have the ability to receive target information in both horizontal and vertical planes. So again, looking in two different directions. The upgrade to dual polarization allows meteorologists to obtain information about the size and shape of targets that are detected. This is important as it significantly improves the detection of heavy rainfall and can aid in the detection of large hail and debris. Transitions in precipitation type, for example, from rain to snow or from rain to sleet, are much easier to identify with dual polarization. There are 3 additional base products that are now available after the upgrade um, to dual polarization. They are differential reflectivity, correlation coefficient. That is the number one thing used. That's the number one most thing used product from dual polarization, and specific differential phase. We'll briefly take a look at each of these products and highlight their utility to forecasters. So, again, the most one though is going to be correlation coefficient. So, what is ZDR? It's a differential reflectivity. In order to detect precipitation at long distance from the radar, base reflectivity, that's Z. That's where we get that DBZ. That's where the Z comes in. Uses information from the horizontal channel since rain tends to flatten out as it falls, as described above. This maximizes the return power back to the radar. However, the radar also receives information in the vertical channel. So differential ZDR is simply a power comparison between the horizontal channel and the vertical channel. The units of ZDR are in decibels. And there's an equation here. I hope you guys are still awake. I know this is going to get deeper here, so but again, trying to make it as interesting and easy to understand here as possible here. So, hope you guys are still awake, still learning, still having fun here. So, as I know I am, I'm having a lot of fun. So, I know I'm having a lot of fun teaching all of you. Teaching all of you. So, again, what we're looking at here, in the above image, we have 3 different precipitation shapes. The first one is round, similar to a sleet pellet, small piece of hail, or small water droplet. Thank you, Beth. Appreciate that. In this case, the ZDR, I'm sorry, bro, I missed a spot there. Yeah, pellet. Since the shape is round, it will return about as much power in the horizontal as it would in the vertical. In this case, the ZDR would be near 0 decibels. In the middle image, the precipitation is flattened, similar to a large raindrop that falls. Because it's flatter in the middle, it return more power in the horizontal than it would in the vertical. In the case, the ZDR would be greater than 0 decibels. In the image to the right, the precipitation, sorry, an image to the right, so this is going to be this one up here. The precipitation is needle-like, similar to the falling like ice crystal or in an elongated snowflake. Because it's orientated vertically, it will return more power in the vertical than it will in the horizontal. In this case, the ZDR will be less than 0 decibels. So what does it look like in the real world? Well, let's take a few examples. So if we look at this, here's the left. Base reflectivity, or Z, from a supercell thunderstorm near Wiley, Texas, April 11th, 2016. Notice that very high reflectivity values, 65 dBz's. Now this is really intense. This is high value, really intense rain here. Super intense rain is happening, if not hail as well. The corresponding differential reflectivity at the same time. Notice the ZDR is near 0 decibels in the same yellow outline area despite the very high reflectivity values. So that's how it's teaching us how to read that. Now this is a very, again, this is part of the lesson. This is a lesser utilized radar product. So again, that's why I wanted to talk about this, because this is it's very beneficial to us meteorologists, but it's not utilized a lot out there in the field. Again, the main thing that's used out there in the field is correlation coefficient. That is what everybody tends to gravitate towards. So in the above image, the ZDR is near 0 decibels. Based on our chart above, this is an indication of large hail. So as hail tends to tumble as it falls, because it tumbles, it appears spherical to the radar and therefore returns about the same amount of power in the horizontal direction as in the vertical direction. This was a devastating hailstorm, producing multiple 5-inch diameter hailstones and causing more than 1 billion in damage. So a huge hail core there. So again, this is going to talk about pretty much the same thing as well. So, I'm sorry. So here, yes. So base reflectivity Z from an area of light precipitation occurring across North Texas, February 14th, 2021. The corresponding differential reflectivity, or ZDR, at the same time. Notice ZDR is near or less than 0 decibels to the left of the yellow line and greater than 0 decibels to the right of the yellow line. So again, this is a demarcation line here. So in the above image, the precipitation transition is occurring near the dash yellow line. To the right, or to the east, of this yellow line is very light spotty reflectivity. Notice the ZDR is much greater than 0 decibels, indicating flatter drops. In this area, light rain was occurring. To the west, left of the line, near the arrows, the ZDR is near or less than 0 decibels. This is mostly snow. While it's difficult to identify the transition line using just the relative reflectivity image, the transition is very clear when looking at differential reflectivity. So we can see that helps us look at, hey, this is going from rain to snow. We can look here and look at this, and this is what's helping us also see that as well. So again, that is ZDR. That is a very less known, or not very less known, but a very lesser utilized radar product. That is very helpful though. Here's the main guy. This is what everybody does, right? So this is correlation coefficient. This is part of the top 3. So the top 3 radar products, right? Composite reflectivity, velocity, correlation coefficient. Those are the top 3. So of the 3 dual polarization based products, correlation coefficient is likely to be the most used and may even be shown on television at times. Yes, it is. It is. Correlation coefficient is a measure of how similar the horizontal and vertical pulses behave after hitting a target. If the pulse to pulse change is similar between horizontal and vertical, then CC will be high. If the pulse to pulse change is highly variable, then the CC will be low. This is where we start getting into what is known as CC drops. And we'll show you why that is. So, essentially, correlation coefficient shows how similar the targets are that are being sampled. So again, we'll start seeing things like 0.99, 1, 0.98, things like that. That's all basically correlated together. So, and they do assign numbers, and you'll see here briefly how that is assigned. So CC can be used with differential reflectivity to identify areas of precipitation transition, such as a rain-snow mix, because the values will be lower in these areas compared to the areas that have rain or snow. CC is a unitless measure and ranges from 0 to 1. Let's take a closer look. So again, it goes from 0 to 1. It does not go any higher, does not go any lower. That's how it looks like, correlation coefficient. So here's the main thing. Non-meteorological. It's looking at birds, buildings, bugs, smoke. Look where this ends up at. This is your CC drop. Mainly when you see birds, we can see birds, but when you start seeing buildings and we start seeing everything else start getting lofted up with a TDS, which we're going to talk about here in a second, which is a tornado debris signature. So remember, so it's assigning the radar is assigning these numbers to all this, and they're saying, oh, it's lower. It's lower than 0.80. So we look at that. It's birds, buildings, bugs, smoke, trampolines, trees, anything else that's getting lofted up in the sky that is not, precipitation. So anything that's not precipitation, it assigns it at basically 0.80 and less. So that's why we call a CC drop. We'll look at the CC and we'll go, oh, there's debris in the air, especially if we look on the other radar sites and radar products and we see velocity couplet and we see a hook echo, then we can look on a correlation coefficient and say, oh, that's going to be a debris ball in there. That is not supposed to be there. So we're looking at, basically, when we look at correlation coefficient, we're looking at 0.8 and less. That's what we're looking at. So for non-uniform meteorological, but it's still rain, it's still precipitation, it's hail, water-coated hail, rain-snow mix, sleet-snow mix. This assigns it a value of 0.8 to 0.97. And then for uniform meteorological, all rain and all snow, it assigns it 0.97 or higher, which goes to 1. So again, this is what is happening here when we do say, well, hey, we see a CC drop on correlation coefficient. What we are looking at and what we are seeing, again, we are seeing things, especially if we marry it up, right, and we have a couplet on velocity, and we marry it up with a hook echo on, mainly gets married up to the hook echo. It can also, there doesn't have to be a hook echo though for a tornado to happen. It has to be a rotation and, but hook echo the mainly, right, from a supercell. We marry those up, and then we look for 0.8 and less. That's what we look out for. So that's going to tell us a CC drop, and that's going to go, whoa, that's not supposed to be there. We're supposed to be having this. It's all uniform. It's supposed to be right here. It's supposed to be all this stuff. But if we start seeing this, then we're going, whoa, this is not supposed to be here. Something's really bad happening. So again, that's how it is assigned. So correlation coefficient and a tornado debris signature, or what we call TDS. Over the years, one of the more interesting uses for correlation coefficient has been the detection of tornadoes. When tornadoes loft debris into the air, the radar samples these objects and sends information back to the receiver. The size and shapes of debris is highly variable, which causes a high variability in the pulse change between horizontal and vertical returns. Because of this, CC drops significantly. A TDS signature is defined as a significant drop in correlation coefficient, which is co-located with a strong rotational couplet in the velocity data. So again, we're marrying it up, right? We're marrying up the velocity data with it. So, and it will be blue, right? That's the way that it looks right here, right? This is the correlation coefficient. This is a debris ball right here. So again, that is what's happening there. So okay, so on the left here, base reflectivity of a supercell thunderstorm moving through Dallas, Texas on October 19th, 2019. Notice the hook takes shape of rotation right here. Top right, base velocity at the lowest elevated scan is going to be half a degree. So half a degree elevation showing a strong inbound outbound couplet that's circled area here. Remember, red's going away, green going towards the radar site. Base velocity at 0.9 elevation. That's the next tilt up. Confirming vertical continuity to the circulation. So so you go up another tilt, and that gives still be able to see the circulation here on velocity. So yeah, so base velocity at 0.09 elevation, confirming vertical continuity to the circulation. Bottom right here. Correlation coefficient at, this is the lowest scan, so half a degree, that's the lowest tilt or the lowest scan of the radar. Elevation showing a marked drop in CC, circled blue blob. You see it right here. Which is associated with debris being lofted into the air by tornado. And the F3 tornado was in progress at the time. So that's how we define a TDS, or a tornado debris signature. That's what we look for. That's what we're looking out for. So in the above image, a tornado is in progress and can be confirmed by radar. This drop in the above image, a tornado is in progress and can be confirmed by radar because of the significant drop in correlation coefficient. Yes. Oh, thank you, KJ. Appreciate it. Thank you, KJ, so much. Great to see you in here. Whenever you make it in here. So God bless you, your family, your husband, all you guys. So thank you so much for being here again, KJ. Highly appreciate it. Great to see you, sister. God bless you. Hopefully you learned a little bit about some stuff here, but again, it's more scientific tonight. I appreciate it so highly appreciate it. So, but again, yes, thank you. Thank you very much, KJ. Again, thank you. So in the above image, a tornado is in progress. Tornadoes in progress and can be confirmed by radar because of the significant drop in correlation coefficient. The drop in CC must be co-located with a strong velocity couplet. So again, that's how we know it has to be married up or co-located with the velocity couplet to know that that's a tornado. And it has to be, and that has to be what is also located or what is be classified as a TDS. If they are not co-located, then a tornado cannot be confirmed. Let's take a look at another case. So, top left, base reflectivity of a supercell thunderstorm near Hearne, Texas on April 13th, 2019. There is a hook shape to this storm near the tip of the arrow. So right in here. But it's a little more difficult to identify due to heavy rainfall around the inflow region of the storm. Top right. Or I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Top right, base velocity at, again, this is the lowest scan. This is half a degree. Elevation showing a strong inbound outbound couplet. Yes, this is showing a very strong couplet there. Circular bottom, and then and let me see. Yep, circular, and then Bottom right, base velocity 1.3, elevation confirming. Yes, it confirms it again here. And then we go to the bottom left, correlation coefficient at the low scan. The yellow plus is co-located with the velocity couplet. Notice there is no drop in CC at this point, but a drop in CC just to the south of the plus. This is not a tornado debris signature, although there was a tornado in progress at the time. So again, it's not a TDS signature, but there was a tornado in progress at the time. In the above image, we can see that the tornado debris signature will not always be evident. There was a large tornado in progress at the time of this image, but no drop in CC. A drop in CC will only occur if debris is lofted high enough, remember, high enough to be sampled by the radar. While CC can be used to confirm a tornado, it does not predict tornadoes before they occur. So again, not only do we look at the CC drop, but remember the tornado has to be throwing, it has to be lofting the debris up high enough for the radar to catch it. If it could still be damaging, but not just lofting debris up, it could still be, just scattering it out before it's lofting it high up in the air. So again, that's why sometimes we won't see a CC drop, because it all just depends on how high it is throwing it up in the air. So then we also have what's known as KDP, specific differential phase. So specific differential phase is similar to differential reflectivity in that it is dependent upon the shape of the targets that are hit. So again, this is another product that is not widely used. It's very, very, very minimal use with storm chasing, with meteorology. Very, 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 very scarcely used. So, and that is dependent upon the shape of the targets that are hit. Instead of a power comparison, specific differential phase is a comparison of the phase shift between the horizontal and vertical pulses. In simple terms, it shows how much the radar beam is being slowed down by the precipitation that it's traveling through. During very heavy rainfall, the radar beam will slow down more than if the rainfall was light. That makes KDP very useful in the detection of heavy rainfall and for improving rainfall estimates from the radar. The units of KDP are in degrees per kilometer. Let's take a closer look. So if we look here, we can see here in the above image, the radar beams travel through two areas of rainfall that look similar, but KDP values are different. In first, KDP is 4 degrees per kilometer here, and in second, 3 degrees per kilometer. This means that the radar beam is being slowed down more in the first area of rain compared to the second. With this information, we know that the rainfall is heavier in the first rain shaft. So what does it actually look like? Top left, it's showing a cluster of thunderstorms producing heavy rainfall across Dallas, Texas, 2022. Top right, we're in the specific differential phase. That's what we looked at the very first time. Bottom right is differential reflectivity. Or I'm sorry, this is what we looked at the first time here. I'm sorry, this is differential reflectivity, and bottom left is the correlation coefficient. So this is what we're looking at right now. This is the specific differential phase. This is what we're looking at right here. In the above image, there is a cluster of thunderstorms producing very heavy rainfall across Dallas, Texas, shortly after midnight. Two areas of concern are highlighted. One is very near downtown, and the other extends across the southeast parts of the city. Notice how the base reflectivity, top left, and differential reflectivity, bottom right, is similar in both of these clusters. When we look at KDP, though, there is a noticeable difference between the two areas of rainfall. KDP values in cluster 1 are around 3.1 kilometers, and the other in 3.1 degrees kilometers, and in cluster 2 they are around 2 degrees per kilometer. So this tells us that the radar beam is being slowed more in cluster 1, and therefore heavier rainfall is located here, despite similar reflectivity values. significant flash flooding occurred during this time, resulting in one fatality. So again, this is what is used here to really predict a lot of rainfall, or to really help see a lot of rainfall that we can see the best. So dual polarization products are routinely used in conjunction with base reflectivity and base velocity to provide more information about the precipitation that the radar is encountering. This is beneficial to meteorologists, providing critical warning information and can help in pinpointing threats to the public. So, little pretty in depth there when it comes to those three. If you're still awake, I appreciate it. If you're still enjoying it, I appreciate it. It's 3:30 Eastern. That makes it 4:30 Eastern. So if you're still enjoying, though, I highly appreciate you still being in here. Thank you to everybody who's still watching on Facebook. Thank you to everybody who's still here on Twitch, who is here on YouTube, who is here on Kick. Thank you all for being in here. Very awesome stuff. I know, again, this is going to be, I told you guys from the very beginning, this was going to be a lot more in-depth science-wise than what 101 was. But of course, that's what happens, right? When we keep learning, we keep learning more in depth. So appreciate, hopefully you guys are still awake. If not, that's cool. I am just going to teach like you guys are. So appreciate that. So that's based. So that's how we get into, again, this is how radar works. And again, these are some lesser known products. Again, some lesser known products. This correlation coefficient, though, is going to be the one that you have heard of the most. But again, they each have their own benefits that they provide to us meteorologists. So that's what helps us. Anything that can help us to help you guys is what it's all about, right? So keeping you guys safe, keeping you guys ahead of the curve, keeping you guys ahead of the game is what it's all about. You know, public service, right? Community, making sure the community is, safe, is really safe. So that is a huge thing. So just want to talk about velocity here very briefly here. So velocity, as we have seen, it's actually called a radial velocity, or radial velocity. That's actually what it's called. It's not true velocity. So, but nonetheless. So what are we looking at here? So when we look at velocity here, right, we are looking at, remember how we're talking about, right? Greens are going inbound, right, to the radar site, wherever the radar site's at. Reds are going away, right, from the radar site. So they're outbound. But what we have here is what is called the zero isodop. Zero isodop. That's what this is called. So as you can see, this is grayed out. That's what we call the zero isodop. So notice that when the radar beam is pointed due west or east, let's say point 1, right? So point 1. The radial velocity is nearly equal to the true velocity of the target. But it still will not be the true velocity. It's close, but it won't equal the true velocity. So when the radar beam is pointed due north or south, points 2, the radial velocity is 0. This is because the radar beam is perpendicular to the target motion and no component of true velocity is moving directly toward or away from the radar. This line of zero velocity is known as zero isodop. Everywhere else on the radar screen points 3. The radar will sample a portion of the true velocity. The radial velocity is dependent upon the angle between the radar beam and the true velocity. So what about direction? How did we determine wind direction? In this hypothetical example, we'll take a look at determining wind direction. Unlike the example above, In this case, the wind direction changes with height, so shear. We'll use the zero isodop gray line to help determine the direction. Remember that along the zero isodop, the radar beam is perpendicular to the true velocity. Because of this, we can determine the direction of targets along this line. If you draw a line from the radar center, which is center here, to any point along the zero isodop, which are the gray lines, the wind direction would be perpendicular to the line. Winds will also blow from the inbound side to the outbound side. So we get what's happening there. So at point 1, let's look at point 1. Point 1 is right here. Point 1 is located at the first range ring. For this example, we'll assume that the first ring is where the radar beam is 4,000 AGL or 4,000 above the ground or above ground level. If we draw a line from the radar to a point along the zero isodop, so we're right here, number 1, right? Then our wind direction would be perpendicular to this line from inbound to outbound. So at this point, our wind direction is southwest. At point 2, let's just call it 8,000 feet above ground. So now we're here, right here. Our wind direction is west to southwest. At point 3, 12,000 feet above the ground, our wind direction is nearly due west. So we can see that our winds are changing direction as we go higher into the atmosphere. This is called wind shear, which we talked about, and can play an important role in severe weather, yes. So, not going to beat velocity over the head because velocity, I think the majority of you guys know and understand velocity when it comes to that. But again, so we're looking at, I want to talk about, well, it's coming up here, storm relative velocity, or SRV, and how that is utilized, because that is another lesser used what you call it, radar product. So unlike reflectivity, there is no composite velocity product. The radar produces a velocity product for each elevation angle that is scanned. In addition, it computes a storm relative velocity, which I talked about, SRV. We'll look at both of these and identify when we should use one over the other. So sometimes using SRV, which is storm relative velocity, over just velocity is actually more beneficial. So let's look. So base reflectivity from a derecho moving through eastern Iowa is sampled on August 10th, 2020. This was a huge, nasty derecho. This bow shape in the reflectivity is often an indicator of strong winds. Write the base velocity product that corresponds to the reflectivity image. The blue colors are indicators of winds in excess of 90 miles per hour right here. And it says, remember that green blues are winds blowing towards the radar. So I don't, so the radar sight's back here. So the winds are blowing back this way. Wait, where's the radar sight here? Okay. Either way, it's blowing towards the radar sight. So the velocity image above, notice the large area of blue colors. These are winds in excess of 90 miles per hour. They're occurring right along the apex of the bow, which is right up in this section right here. Notice how the velocity drops off significantly just to the south. Arrow 1. We would make the assumption that the winds are not as strong here. We have to keep in mind that a true velocity is not being fully sampled in this area as compared to arrow 2. At arrow number 2, the radar beam is sampling nearly all of the true velocity as these storms are moving directly towards the radar. The storm system produced widespread 80 to 100 mile per hour winds with extensive damage across eastern Iowa. Yes, it did. It actually got winds. I think winds they got clocked around like 120 actually close to 120, if not a little bit above. They actually end up getting clocked. So what about tornadoes? Well, Doppler radar really excels in tornado detection. Yes, we know that, allowing there to be a component of the wind that will always blow directly toward or away from the radar, no matter where it's located. Let's take a closer look. So to the left, we have the base reflectivity here. Image of a supercell thunderstorm that produced several tornadoes on April 1923 near Oklahoma City. Notice the hook shape in the reflectivity. Yes, we are here. This is often indicative of rotation within the storm. We have a velocity couplet right here. Base velocity in storm right. Yes, this is right here. So base velocity image corresponding to the reflectivity image. Notice the very strong inbound winds, green colors. Well, actually, it looks like radar's up here. So yeah, it's up there. And then outbound winds, the bright yellow. So they're coming this way. The very strong inbound couplet, which is right here, indicates very strong rotation. A tornado is in progress at this time. So, again, this is showing us how to read that. So to read the velocity there. So, Beth says, so do you need to have a hook in order for there to be a tornado? No, you don't need to have a hook. There are many times that tornadoes are rain wrapped and they are embedded inside of storms. So that's why we need velocity to go inside of there and see rotation. So the main supercells that we see, like when they're discrete, so they're off by themselves, they will create that hook and whatever else. But when we get tornadoes that are in from like QLCS tornadoes or gust nados that form on gust fronts, along and things like that, that's when you won't see a hook. You can have rotation in the middle of the storm, or in the middle of the complex of storms. So you have to be looking at velocity to be seeing where that rotation is happening at. So no, you do not need to have a hook in order for the to be a tornado. No, it's just the most prominent thing when we have supercells. That's what helps us see that. That's the most prominent. So yes, absolutely, Beth. Absolutely. Beth says that's what I thought because I've seen other streams and they are chasing a tornado and I don't see a hook and I'm like, I don't see it. That's correct. So a hook again. What the hook is just the main classic type looking like supercell. Like we'll see the hook. It's very easy to identify. But it's when storms combine and when they turn into an MCS, uh, or a QLCS, which a QLCS is an MCS. People just like to use quasi-linear convection system. People like to say QLCS, but nonetheless. Oh, thank you, brother Michael. Haven't seen Michael in a while. Thank you, brother Michael, for being in here. Michael is from Hawaii, so aloha to Michael. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you so much for being in here, brother. Thank you very much. Yeah, aloha to Michael. He's out in Hawaii, so I think he's like, let's see, it's 3:42 here. He might be 5 hours behind me. It might be 10:42 there. Nonetheless, it's still August 1st where he's at. It's pretty wild. That's time zones for you. But nonetheless, so that's what's happening here, right? So, and this is what we call a TVS. Don't get this confused with TDS. TDS is with correlation coefficient. So that's a debris signature. TVS, TVS is sorry, TVS. That's a tornado vortex signature. So, so this is what we look like, right? This is what we look for right here. This would be a tornado vortex signature right here. This couplet, this strong couplet. So this area of strong rotation right here. Uh, oh, 5 hours behind you. So that means he's 4 hours. That means I'm 4 hours ahead of him then. So it's 11:43 there. I don't know. I'd have to look at the. I forget what the time zone is. Or I mean, I know the time zone. I just forget. I forget what the difference is. But thank you nonetheless, Brother Michael. Aloha to you. Thank you for being in here. So again, this is what we're looking for here, right? So very again, strong couplet right here. This is a TVS, a tornado vortex signature that's showing up here on. This is velocity, right? That we're using here. So now we're gonna get into because this is used 99.9% of the time. Now we're gonna get into what is known as storm relative velocity. So this is SR. This is SRV. So that says this is what I mean by colors. They confuse me. Yeah. So again, right. So now we're looking at velocity, right? So uh, again, velocity here. Velocity. The big thing you're looking at velocity. Looking for this couplet. We have greens and reds touching each other, right? I think they said that the radar sight's off this way, so we would have green coming this way, red coming this way. So we have green going towards, red going away. So it's circling right here. So right here, this is the main thing we're looking for when we look at velocity. We're looking for this green and reds to be touching and for them to be pretty bright. And then we can get what's called gate to gate shear. Um, and then we can that's what's going to give us velocity couplet there. So on velocity, that's what you're looking at. That's the main thing you're looking for there is again green and reds touching, very bright, and you got to look at you got to remember where uh, the radar. You have to remember where the radar is. Again, remember the radar plays a huge role in this. You have to remember where the radar is at in conjunction to what you're seeing. So the radar is I think they said it was off here, which makes sense. So it's there. So the radar site is off in this direction. So as you can see, all this green here is going towards the radar. All this red is coming away from the radar. So you can see them. So that means that this is going away, circling. This is coming in, circling. So and this right here it means there's strong rotation right here. So these winds right here are rotating, and that's how that's defined. But again, you have to know where keep in mind you have to always know where the radar site is because you don't want to confuse convergence and divergence with rotation. That's what can happen there. So rotation, you got to know again. You have to know where the radar site is in order to really understand if it's rotating or if it's just got winds, just straight line winds coming at you, or again converging winds or diverging winds. So SRH. When is SRH good to use? Well, I'm sorry, not SRH. SRV. Beth says I have it so that the radars show on my screen on Weatherfront. Nice, awesome, very awesome. So storm relative velocity is computed by the base velocity product and can be helpful in certain situations. The radar only samples radar velocity. So this is the difference between SRV, which is storm relative velocity, and velocity. So remember, velocity is its velocity is also measuring how fast the storm is moving. So we'll look at this here. So the radar only samples radial velocity, the portion of true velocity that is moving directly toward or away from the radar, which includes not only the winds within a storm, but also the storm motion itself. So if a storm is moving, let's say 30 miles per hour, actually, I think we're going to get into it here. So, for example, let's say a storm has 50 mile per hour winds in it, and let's assume the storm is moving directly toward the radar at 70 miles per hour. The base velocity product will indicate 70-mile-per-hour winds, but we know that's not 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's only 50, but velocity doesn't know that. Velocity just says, okay, well, I'm calculating the wind speed and I'm calculating how fast the storm is coming at me. So it just takes all that and computes all that. So therefore, it's really good. It's going to return back values of 70 miles per hour. So sometimes this can make it difficult to isolate areas of rotation when storms are moving very quickly. So in order to show the winds relative to the storm, we need to subtract out storm motion. So this is where storm relative velocity comes into play. We minus the storm motion. So that's what the storm relativity product does. So in order to show the winds relative to the storm, we need to subtract out the storm motion. That's what the storm relative velocity product does. It uses an average storm motion speed and subtracts this out from the velocity product. Let's take a look at this. Take a look at what this looks like. So you see here, this is left base reflectivity image of supercell thunderstorm that produced an EF3 tornado in Brookport, Illinois, November 17, 2013. So a pretty strong tornado, EF3. Notice the hook shape. There's a hook shape here. And the reflectivity, right? And then the base velocity image corresponding to the reflectivity image. Notice the very strong outbound winds in bright yellow, but the inbound winds appear to be weak. Yeah, because look, there's no couplet, there's no grain, there's nothing. As there is no bright green or red. So there is no bright green blue colors. So in the above image, we can see a classic hook shape, which should alert to a potential rotation within the storm. But when we look at the base velocity image, we see a large area of outbound winds and very little in the way of inbound winds. This image does not look like one of the Oklahoma tornadoes above. An experienced warning forecaster will quickly identify this as an area of rotation, but why doesn't it look as impressive as the Oklahoma tornado? The reason is because the storm was moving at 55 miles per hour. This storm was hauling. This is highway speed. This storm is moving at highway speed from the radar. So the outbound winds look very strong, but the inbound winds appear to be masked. Is there anything we can do to help us out? Well, let's take a look at the storm relative velocity product. Remember that this product subtracts the storm motion out. Let's get rid of that 55 miles per hour storm motion and see if there's any rotation that's apparent. So base velocity here. This is what we looked at before. Base velocity. Base velocity is not just shown. So this is just called velocity. We didn't even call it base velocity. It's called velocity. So velocity here is not showing any type of rotation here. But the SRV velocity, the storm relative, is now remember we took out the storm motion, how fast the storm is actually flying down the road. So now we minus 55 miles per hour. So when we do that, the storm relative velocity product subtracts out the fast storm motion and shows the winds relative to the storm. Now we can see the tight inbound and outbound couplet indicative of a tornado. So yes, so now we can see the couplet right here. Beth says, okay, so this situation, like when you look at radar, and I would say it's negative 10 for instance, and then let's say 70, and then you add them together. Okay, well, that's talking to gate right there. That's what I'm talking about there when we look at gate to gate. This is different. This is different from what you are talking about here, Beth. What this is doing here is taking out how fast the motion of how fast the storm is moving. So again, when the storm is moving really quick, the radar can mask those winds. So we're not able to actually see the winds that are coming, or possibly potentially coming inbound or outbound. It'll only pick up one side, whether it's inbound or outbound, depending on. It's usually outbound. So, um, but usually, yeah, when it's moving really fast away from the radar, depends on again where it's coming from. But if it's moving fast away from the radar, say it's moving again 55 miles per hour away from the radar, so that's how fast the storm is actually moving. Um, it'll mask the winds. It'll mask the winds coming towards the radar site. So it's very hard to see inbound winds. So what we do is we have to take out that storm motion and say, okay, well, we need to take out that 55 miles per hour. So once we eliminate that 55 miles per hour or whatever that total is, so if you look here, so from this left image, this is what would be seen on normal velocity, on what somebody would go say, hey, I'm gonna look at velocity. Oh, there is some bright here, but I don't see any greens, so this is not indicating a couplet or indicating any type of rotation. But if we go over to the SRV or the storm relative velocity, we can see there actually is rotation because we took out how fast the storm is moving. And this is the actual true wind speed right here. This is a true. So we're able to see the velocity couplet here. We're able to see the actual winds that are coming in. So that's why that's when we need to really use SRV is when the storms are moving really really quickly. That helps us see really what's going on there. So again, and this is also too is so once we subtract out from the fast storm motion, the rotation becomes more apparent. SRV can be very helpful when trying to identify areas of rotation with fast moving clusters of storms. As was mentioned above, forecasters usually look at for vertical continuity in the velocity data to warn for tornadoes. Let's take a look at base velocity from 4 different elevation angles of the storm, and we'll compare it to the SRH. So this right here, this is just regular velocity right here. We don't have any couplet here. So like, we don't have any greens and reds touching. We have bright, but we don't have any reds we don't have any greens or anything touching here. So we would say, as forecasters, as meteorologists, we would say, oh well, there's no rotation here. But if we go to the SRV model, if we to the SRV, if we take out the storm motion, then we can clearly see that there is rotation here and that there is potentially a tornado on the ground here. So again, this is what we need to. This is when we get fast moving storms, or we get especially cluster of storms. This is what helps us see through how fast they're moving. So this helps us a lot with that. So that is another less used though. I mean, it's used the SRV gets used usually just in those instances, but a lot of times it's still not used the way that I believe it should or could be used, in weather. So besides that, um, but yeah, that's again another lesser known what we product as well. So Beth says, I think I am thinking the wind speed just inside the storm. Okay, so I think you're thinking of just how much wind how much wind is inside the storm. Is that what you're talking about? And kudos to you, Beth, because it's almost 5 o'clock your time. It's 4 o'clock here. I'm pretty sure everybody pretty much fell asleep. That's cool though. Appreciate it. I appreciate y'all for tuning in, leaving me on your TV, whatever it may be. I appreciate it. So, uh, highly appreciate it. So, again, this one does get used quite a bit, but I just want to talk about it because I did not talk about it in 101. 101, again, this is more in depth and looking at different radar, lesser knowns, and just different radar products as well. So, echo tops, right? So, if you ever hear the word echo tops, people say, well, I need to look at echo tops and see, yada, yada, yada. They'll say, I need to see how tall the storm is. So what an echo top does, echo top is a radar indicated top of an area of precipitation. So if we say, oh, we got equitops at 52,000 feet. We got equitops at 55,000 feet. All that what that is saying is that that is the highest point in the storm that we are depicting or we are seeing precipitation at. So why is it used for? Why is it a valuable tool to us meteorologists? Well, it helps us um, understand how strong the updraft is because with a stronger updraft, you're going to have more rain or precipitation lofted higher up into um, the atmosphere. So when we get equitops at like 54, 55,000 feet, 56,000, right around there, we're looking at some really strong updraft. We're looking at precipitation really, really high up in the atmosphere. So again, equitops are all it is. It's just a very, it doesn't, we don't have to go any deeper into it. All equitops are, um, it's basically an intensity tool. Intensity of the storm, it helps to identify how strong the updraft is, and all it's doing is seeing the highest point at which we can read precipitation. That the return of precipitation is showing us on the radar. So again, that's all it's doing. That's what the equitop is. That's all it means. Um, so it's as simple as that. So when it comes to that, so again, um, remember stronger updrafts usually mean when it comes to stronger updraft, right? So usually means you know longer or stronger wind gusts. Usually means larger hail, because you usually have it's stronger. It's pulling up higher into the atmosphere, so it's able to tap into um, different atmospheric conditions. So again, we need a strong updraft, right, for tornadoes. So if we look at that and we go, oh well, the updraft is at 52,000 feet. It's at 54,000 feet. That's where we see precipitation at. That's an equitop. That's just all it is. Uh, just make it easy and simple for you guys. As I've seen people try to over explain this and over explain, like no, just cut to the chase, get to the point. All it is, three things. It's an intensity tool. They really define how intense the storm is. But it's not 100%. It doesn't matter if it gets if we get precipitation up at 54 or 55,000, it doesn't mean that we're going to have a tornado. It just means that it just means that the updraft is potentially stronger than the storm next to it or whatever else, and it's got a pretty high precipitation up in there. So, but again, that is. Let me check here. But again, that is what equitops is. So again, let me look at your question here, Beth, here in a second. But again, equitop. It's an intensity. Basically, it's all it is. It's just you to assess the intensity of the storm, the strength of the updraft. That's what we're talking about. Intensity, the strength of the updraft, and it's just looking at the height at which precipitation is being able to be seen there. So, and right at the very first line, an ecotop is a radar indicated top of an area of precipitation. That's what it is. Beth says, I know that some storms will have precipitation way up in the air, but it's nothing that comes down to hit the ground. Is this included in ecotop? Sure, absolutely. Ecotop is picking up all precipitation. So this precipitation does not have to come back down. It is picking up wherever the highest precipitation that it's seen. Um, so great question. Equitop is seeing precipitation, but that doesn't mean that's precipitation that it's going to come back down. Like if it's going to be hail and come back down and hit us, uh, it all it's doing is picking up that precipitation that is up in the cloud at that point in time. So whether it comes back down or not, um, you know, is not a full known. So yes, it is picking up. So yes, it is picking up every single part of precipitation that whatever we can see. Again, that's hail, rain, whatever it may be. So, but yes, great question. It is picking it up. regardless if it does come back down and hit the ground or not. So again, it's just picking up it's picking up all the any type of precipitation there. But again, we utilize that. Us meteorologists, we utilize that because what it does is, again, it helps us. Again, what is it? Intensify the intensity of the storm, how strong the updraft is, and how high precipitation is being seen up in the cloud. So, but again, it's not the height. It's not the actual height of the cloud. Equitop is just the tallest point, the highest point, the estimated highest point to where precipitation is. So a lot of times the cloud will still be, whatever, 58,000 feet tall or 59,000 feet tall, but the actual, precipitation might be at 52,000, whatever else. So it's not actually, and it's where people kind of get confused at. They think, oh, this is the very top of the cloud because they hear ecotop. So they're like, oh, no, it's not the actual top of the cloud. It's just the top at where precipitation is at. That's the highest point of precipitation. It's not the actual height of the full storm or full cloud that you want to talk about. So that's ecotop. But I try to make that very simple. I've seen and heard a lot of people really try to over explain this, but there's really only a couple key parts to it, main parts to it. And this guy here does a really great job of really keeping it simple. Again, KIS, right? Keep it simple. And keep it simple, but very to the point. And so I do love this guy's, how he just keeps it. He doesn't try to over explain it. So, but again, learning it, right? Because when you hear echo top, you think very top, right? You think very top of something, so you're just like, oh well, it's a cloud, so that's why it gets confusing. People think that it's the very top of the storm, but no, it's just the very top of where precipitation is found in the storm. That's what it is. So that's what echo top is. So that's what we use a lot, to again, um, to really understand how intense the updraft is in that storm. But it doesn't matter. Again, this is what I teach people too when it comes to equitops. It doesn't matter if you see a storm at 56,000 feet. It doesn't matter if you see an equitop at 55,000 feet or an equitop at 48,000 feet or 47,000 feet. It doesn't matter. The tornado is going to happen whenever the tornado wants to happen. So there is really no correlation. I mean, yeah, it's if you're really thinking about it, yes. If you want to see, it's usually an indicator that a tornado might be more imminent and a stronger updraft. Um, but tornadoes happen whenever they want to happen. So I mean, tornadoes still happen even at, you know, 40 40,000, um, equitops, 42,000, feet equitops. So it doesn't matter if it's in the 40s or if it's in the 50s. You just have to really understand that the equitops it's not an end all, like, oh yes, we're gonna get a tornado because it's at 52,000 feet equitops right now. We got 54,000 feet equitops. That's it's not 100% proof. So a lot of times people put too much stock in the equitops and then they end up getting let down. Like, oh, that storm, man, equitops are so high on that storm. Doesn't matter. You just don't put too much stock into them. So, but again, it's still a good tool to utilize and use. But just know it's not 100%. That if you see a equitop at 54,000 or 56,000, that a tornado is going to 100% happen. So it's not again 100% accurate there. So, or 100% that a tornado will happen from it. So good on equitops there. So um, one other thing here, and then a lesson. So we're gonna look at what's called spectrum width. I know it's probably a radar product that you most likely have never heard of, but it does come in handy. Um, so again, we talked about several lesser known or utilized radar products. But here we want to talk about spectrum width. This is, um, a very good tool as well. So, welcome to our deep dive into the Rain Reviewer Pro radar tools. This is a radar uh, you can use here. So today we're spotlighting one of the lesser known, see, lesser known, but highly insightful radar layers. Sometimes they call them radar products. Again, radar layers depends on how you want to say it. Spectrum width, or also to write it out, it's WRAD. So WRAD, that's what it's known as. So if you've already explored reflectivity, velocity, and correlation coefficient, that we have already, you know each radar product offers a unique perspective on storm structure. Yes, it does. WRAD adds another layer by helping identify storm turbulence. So think of this. So this is turbulence um, inside the storm. So this is called spectrum width. So let's identify storm turbulence, wind shear, and radar uncertainty. Let's break it down and see how this advanced radar layer can enhance your forecasting toolkit. So again, this is advanced, but again, this is lesson 201. So we are getting advanced, right? In the lessons here. So what is spectrum width? What is WRAD? Well, spectrum width measures how much the speeds of raindrops, snowflakes, or debris vary within a single radar beam, while velocity tells you or us how fast targets are moving. WRAD reveals how chaotic the motion is. So let's look again. It's looking at turbulence, how chaotic things are going on. High spectrum width equals more turbulence or mixing. Low values equals smoother, more uniform motion. Think of WRAD as your turbulence detector. It is especially helpful in spotting rotating updrafts like mesocyclones, wind shear zones, inflow outflow boundaries, and strong thunderstorms, areas of storm growth or decay. So this is a very great tool, but it's very, very, very rarely used. Very rarely. It's very neglected. Very, very neglected. So WRAD is measured in meters per second, or M divided by S, or M/S, and typically visualized in grayscale or color heat maps, depending on the radar feed. The darker shades usually indicate calm, uniform motion, while brighter shades suggest active, varying speeds within the beam volume. For example, the scan above contains orange and white streaks extending southwest to northeast, from Homestead through Kendall. These are zones of high spectrum width, which strongly suggest boundary level turbulence, wind shear, possibly a gust front or outflow boundary. In some systems, WRAD may also be displayed in knots, particularly in aviation or marine context. 1 knot equals approximately basically half a meter per second. So understanding both units can help when comparing data across platforms. So just showing you here in this good old image here. It's how you can see how it keeps getting brighter and brighter and brighter and brighter and brighter and brighter and brighter. So how does it work though? What's this used for? Why do we have it? What? So how does it work? Doppler radar emits pulses, yes, we know, that bounce off hydrometers. Hydrometeors, of course, that's rain, snow, and hail. Spectrum width looks at the statistical spread of return velocities within a single radar sampling volume. If all targets move uniformly, WRAD is low. But when speeds vary due to storm scale rotation, gusty winds, or clashing air masses, WRAD spikes. As a result, it can identify regions of turbulence or instability within a storm that other radar products might miss. However, it's important to remember that elevated spectrum width values can also result from non-weather phenomena such as ground clutter, yes, birds, or interference. That's why we recommend analyzing WRAD in tandem with other radar layers or weather products like reflectivity and velocity. In the scan below, now this is cool because it's got 3 different scans here to show us what's going on here. In the scan below, velocity shows the wind is shifting dramatically at the coast. At the same time, spectrum width highlights the mixing zone when where the air is turbulent, not severe, but there's a messy boundary that may bring gusty winds and sudden downpours. So spectrum width, and again, these are very. So what we're seeing here, right? We're seeing reflectivity, we're seeing velocity, and then we're looking at spectrum width here. So we can see right here what's going on with the spectrum width here. So um, we can see exactly the turbulence that is going on there. So again, they can confirm rotation, gauge storm strength, spot wind shear, or microburst. Microbursts are very, they're downburst, but microbursts are more confined, and that's why they're pretty. That's why they're powerful, because they're more confined and more concentrated to a smaller area. Identify radar noise and track mesoscale features. So, what does velocity show? Velocity shows the motion of targets. Spectrum width is the variability in motion, best for detecting turbulence, and common colors, grayscale, or heat map. So, again, this is a great tool. It would probably take, I could probably do a whole thing just on spectrum width, just to really fully understand it. I just hit it from a really brief, high level. But nonetheless, we're looking at turbulence here. But again, it is good for picking up rotating updrafts, which we need to look at, right, for mesocyclones. Looking at tornadoes, wind shear zones, inflow outflow boundaries, and strong thunderstorms in areas of storm growth or decay. So again, looking at boundary level turbulence, wind shear, possibly a gust front or outflow boundary. That is what we're looking at there. So that is what we're looking at. But but if you're still awake, I appreciate it. If you are still awake, I highly appreciate it. That is basically lesson 201. So again, deeper into the science of it, deeper into what's happening there, deeper into the WSR 88Ds, deeper into some products, lesser known products. And again, I could take, uh, I could take each one of these products and layers and make those all into one video, you know, um, and still not really even touch the surface on a lot of them. Uh, so again, this is more deeper though. Um, I know it's late, and I appreciate all of you still being here. And yes, Beth, I think you might still be the only one that is awake. But you know what? That's cool. That's awesome. It's 4:17 my time. It's very cool. It's very cool. But that is lesson 201. So again, there's a lot to teach in, what, 2.5 hours, 2 hours to 2.5. So I usually keep my teachings in around 2 to 2.5 hours. Depending on as it is, it might go a little bit longer than that. But uh, really teach something in 2 hours, it kind of just starts to scratch the surface on things. So, um, but hopefully you guys still learned a little about something. And if you haven't seen 101, you can please go back and watch 101. That's more of a high level view. Again, tonight we got into way more, um, way more science of what's going on, and a lot deeper into the meteorological side of things as well. So, but again, I love radar. Radar is, huge, huge tool. So this helps us analyze, right? Not this is a really big. Helps us analyze weather. Helps us to understand what's going on and to really keep us ahead of the game there. So Beth says, I have always liked stuff about weather, most so about blizzards, sure, and the occasional hurricanes and weather that we get here in Maine. Nice. Yeah, we do got that time coming up, right? So we do have, and that's part of my pipeline too, is to teach about as we get closer to fall and everything else. I'll start teaching more about cold weather stuff, right? Like blizzards, right? Ice storms, things like that. Uh, you know, uh, bomb cyclones, nor'easters, you know, all these other stuff that you might hear on the news. But yeah, as we get closer to that, that's when more of those subjects will pop up. So, but yeah, understanding blizzards are cool. Blizzards are cool to teach about. They're not cool to be in. They suck to be in, um, but they're cool to teach about. Um, Ice as well. Ice is a horrible thing. Ice is ice is ice is really bad, man. Ice is one of the worst. So it's like I would rather have snow. Me personally, I would rather have snow than ice. I mean, because at least snow, ice once that builds up on power lines and uh, car windows and roads and everything else. I mean, it's just horrible. Yeah, ice storms are horrible. So yeah, teach about that. I'm gonna also teach about too about um lake effect snow. Lake effect snow is huge, right? Lake effect snow is freaking huge. Yeah, yeah. So that's all that's gonna be coming up towards here around the fall time here coming up. What things? Just so I know exactly what you're talking about, Beth. And did anybody ever go? Uh, Anybody ever go to New Hampshire and wake up, um, Maddie? Wake up the boy, Maddie. Get up, Maddie. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh well. Patterns. Weather is very cyclical, right? So weather goes in cycles. That's what cyclical means. I'm not, in case you don't know what cyclic means, or anybody who's listening doesn't know what cyclic means, but weather is cyclical, which means it goes in cycles. So yeah, so one year, it all depends on the patterns, right, of that year. Um, El Nino can have an effect. El Nino can have effect. There's a whole different types of yes, yeah. So El Nino can play a part. La Nina can play a part. So it just depends on what type of pattern we're in. We're in an El Nino pattern, or if we're in a La Nina pattern. Um, and also it depends on the storm systems that are coming out of of the from the west. So it depends on how many low pressure areas of low pressure, right? How many so again, it's like right, it's weird because like yeah, that's why one year that's like 1 year you might get two or three nor'easters, right? Yes. So yes, the jet stream. Yep, that's part of that. So yeah, so you might get two or three nor'easters in 1 year. The next year you might get zero. Again, why is that? Because the weather moves in patterns. It goes in different patterns. It goes in cycles, um, and it ends up repeating itself over and over and over again. So that's why some winters are worse than others. It's not meaning, I don't want to get into all that, but I'm not going to get into the whole um, climate change and all that stuff. That's not what this channel is about. But nonetheless, it's, weather is cyclic. It is dictated, um, by patterns, by um, mid latitude storms, right? So we're mid latitude, right? Because we are mid latitude. Latitude lines go east to west, right? Their latitude lines are horizontal. Longitude, long, or north to south, vertical. So, but we're mid latitude. So we're in between. Um, we're in between the equator and um, the North Pole. So that's where we're at in the northern hemisphere. So we are in between. But sometimes they say in between, like, what is it, 30 degrees and or 20 degrees and 50 degrees is mid latitude or whatever. Somewhere around that section. So, but nonetheless, the U.S. is mid latitude. That's what we are. So in the mid latitude, we get storms, right? And those storms follow a direct path. They follow the jet stream, right? They follow how, how it goes around the whole world. So, oh, nice. Yeah, I know you weren't in here at that time, but yes, I actually taught. And feel free to go back and check it out if you might. But I did teach about hurricanes. I think it was like a week ago or so, maybe a little bit. But yeah, I actually talked about hurricanes and what's happening there. So um, now, not all hurricanes form off the coast of Africa. Now, will I say 90 some percent? Yes, the majority of them do form off the uh, west coast of Africa. So the winds are blowing from east to west. Um, so 90 some percent, yes, but not all. So it's a fallacy to say all, but majority is true. Why is that? Well, again, we have the east winds that are blowing off the west coast. So on the west coast, on the west coast of Africa sits the Atlantic Ocean, so very warm water. Uh, but again, what do we need for hurricanes to form? Well, we need warm water, but not just any specific warm water. We actually need a degree, temperature, a specific temperature of warm water or above. Otherwise, hurricanes do not work. They do not form. They need fuel, and the fuel is the warm water. So let's think about this. 80-degree temperature. The water has to be 80 degrees or higher. It's been proven that anything less than 80 degrees. Now, some publications, even some weather experts will say it's got to be 81. Nonetheless, 80 is what is used pretty much the time. So, what to say 80-degree water temperature? It's got to be, so the water temperature has to be 80 degrees or higher for a hurricane to start to form. Well, the hurricane, when it comes off, when it comes off because of the winds blowing off the west coast. And then it starts when the winds come off and it comes off into it hits the water. Um, so that is why hurricanes fizzle out before they hit Maine because of water. Yes, that is why. Once they hit less than 80 degrees, they start to completely start to erode and start to weaken pretty quickly. So I do not remember Hurricane Sandy. If you remember Hurricane Sandy from I think 2012, right? She made it up to I think it was New York area and stuff, right? Uh, Now, nonetheless, got up pretty far, right? But the rotation was very broad, and she started to weaken pretty quickly as she got up north. But nonetheless, she did make it up there and held on, longer than was expected for her to hold on to. But nonetheless, she lost all of that energy once she got up to around the New York, what was that, Mid Atlantic area up there. So I believe that was 2012. So from Hurricane Sandy. But yes, that is why hurricanes, if they start going up the, the East Coast, right? Now they'll be strong like around Florida and South Carolina and North Carolina. But once they start getting up to around New York and when the water starts to get colder, they'll lose the steam, they'll lose traction. So what that is again, the storm. So how can I explain this? So a hurricane is what we call, or is what is known as a heat engine, right? It's just like the engine in our cars. Our cars have our heat engines. They require heat, right? So combustion, right? So, so they are considered. Oh, thank you for that, Beth. I don't know if I was fully aware of that or not, maybe, but yeah, thank you for that. Beth says, I find that very interesting for the fact that flu spreads from Africa too. I wonder what God is trying to tell us with that. I don't know. We probably got to keep our eyes open, right, to make sure we fully understand. But yeah, I don't know if I was fully aware of that about that. So, but let me backtrack here. Let me get back with the Africa thing, and then I'll move on to the East Coast thing. So, for Africa, right, we have what comes off of Africa. Um, It's actually what we call a disturbance or a tropical disturbance, right? It'll come off. The winds will come off. They hit the warm water, right? Um, the warm air starts to rise, and we get convection, right? So now we have a thunderstorm. But now what happens is that one thunderstorm, due to all the convection around it, now another one can start popping up, and another one starts popping up, and they're all really, really close to each other. So now we went from a tropical wave or a tropical disturbance um, into now we have a little small cluster of thunderstorms. But nonetheless, this whole area, when this whole tropical wave came off, or the winds came off and created this tropical wave, this tropical disturbance, it's actually a low pressure system. So that's all a hurricane is. A hurricane is its own low pressure system. That's what it is. So this tropical wave, low pressure system. Now we started with just one thunderstorm. That's it. Now we get a few more popping around, a few more popping around, and the next thing you know, we get a tropical depression. Now we start getting a little bit more defined, a little bit more. So what's going on here? So now we have, in order for a hurricane to really take shape, is we need for tornadoes we need high wind shear, right? We need winds to really be changing directions as we go higher up in the atmosphere. So that's what we create, right? That's what creates rotation. For a hurricane, we actually need the opposite. We need it to be low level shears, low level wind shear. Because if we had very strong wind shear with hurricanes, they would just implode on themselves. They wouldn't know what to do. It wouldn't work. Because what the low level does is the low level wind shear is what actually pushes the hurricane out to sea. It's what actually keeps pushing the hurricane along. Is that low level wind shear? That's what's happening there. Again, if it was high shear, it wouldn't work. The winds would be changing too much and too drastically for the hurricane. So again, a hurricane forms. It's a low pressure or the tropical depression starts to form. It's a low pressure system, um, and then we have low shear. So low shear is in place, and then the tropical depression uh, can turn into a tropical storm. which can turn into a hurricane. So it's all based on wind speed at that point. So tropical depression is a certain wind speed, a tropical storm is a certain wind speed, and then a hurricane is a certain wind speed. So that's how they are defined. But yeah, but you can look at. There's actually pretty cool stuff you can look at. You can look at the anatomy or the birth of a hurricane, how it starts out with one thunderstorm. So it's pretty cool to see from one thunderstorm turn into a monster hurricane. And some of those hurricanes, if you measure them from, left to right, or south, north to southeast to northeast, or northwest, whatever, um, is that some of those can be measured up to 1,000 miles in width. So imagine that thing is massive, right? It's a massive hurricane. So hurricanes, that's what is going on there with hurricanes. So do 90 some percent of them start from Africa? Yes. Now the other times that they will happen too is they will come off from the coast of Mexico. So just to the south of Texas, there in Mexico, right around sometimes in the Yucatan Peninsula area, right up around there in the Gulf, we will have a disturbance come off from the east side of Mexico and form in the Gulf. So that's when a hurricane um, can start to take place there. So that's another spot. But the main spot is coming off of Africa. Yes, that is the main spot. Beth says, so a hurricane is the opposite of a tornado, but one thing they both have in common is they both suck in small storms to gain strength. They can't, yeah, a tornado can for sure, absolutely. Um, but yes, definitely for hurricanes, yes. So hurricanes start out with one thunderstorm, then another one, and then they all cluster together due to the winds, due to the shear that's around, and they're all able just to powwow with each other and hang out, and then that's when they start creating. Because remember, it's a low pressure system, so with a low pressure system, the winds are spinning counterclockwise in that low pressure system. So that's why we see um, the way that hurricanes spin. Now that is counterclockwise because here in the northern hemisphere, due to the Coriolis effect. But if you're in the southern hemisphere, due to the Coriolis effect, the winds would be spinning clockwise. So again, northern hemisphere is counter, southern is regular clockwise. You already know how a clock normally moves. So again, that is due to what is known as the Coriolis effect. That is what that is due to. But yes, um, but yeah, great stuff there. So yeah, so again, that is what a hurricane needs. That's how a hurricane forms. So again, get back to the heat engine. So a hurricane is a heat engine. So what do you need in order for a heat engine? That's the physics of it. What does it need? So the mechanical energy that it is dispelling is the wind. The heat engine is its driving force. The mechanical energy that it's releasing is the wind. So that is why it is called a heat engine. But again, what do you need for a heat engine? You need fuel. What is the fuel for a hurricane? Water. Warm, warm water. That's the fuel. Not wind, not anything else. It's water. You take the water away from the hurricane and you don't have a hurricane anymore. The hurricane dissipates, it falls apart. That's why when it hits land and it makes landfall, what happens? It's powerful for the first 8 to 12 hours, and then when it moves further on land, it completely falls apart. And why is that? Because we have taken the fuel away from it. So it's just like our cars. Again, our cars are heat engines. What do our cars need to run? I'm not talking electric cars here. I am talking combustible engines that run off of gasoline. So when it comes to that, what do we need in order for our non-electric cars to run? Gasoline. That's the fuel. So if we put tons and tons of fuel, we fill up our gas tank, and then all of a sudden, we keep driving down the road, keep driving down the road, and driving down the road. Well, eventually that's going to get towards Z, right? And then if we completely run out of our fuel, That's the same analogy for a hurricane. The fuel is water. So when a hurricane runs out of water, when it runs out of fuel, that's when it um, starts to dissipate, and that is when it ceases to become a hurricane anymore. So why? So is that why when hurricanes come across from Africa and go into the Gulf, they always seem to become really strong hurricanes? Yes. So the warmer waters, it comes in contact with, um, will dictate how strong it will become. So again, it's the warmer waters that it's coming in contact with. That's providing more of the fuel. That's the main gist of what can make a hurricane stronger, right? Cat 5, right? So remember, Cat 5, uh, Category 5 hurricane is the same, if you think about it, in the same sense, same rarity of what an EF5 is to tornadoes. So, because you're right, EF5s are super rare. There's only ever been 60 documented EF5s and all the 80,000 plus tornadoes. And Cat 5s are again very very rare when it comes to hurricanes. So they have to come in contact with um, extremely warm waters in order to really start deepening and having that fuel. So yes, the Gulf is very warm as we know. So yeah, so sometimes yes, so a lot of times when hurricanes do come into the Gulf, they do get stronger, and that is why. That's the main reason why. Yes, so that they're being fed by the warm water there. So yeah, so that's what's going on with hurricanes. Hurricanes is as soon as they hit colder water, uh, they will start to dissipate, or if they hit land, right? Because land is obviously no water at all. Well, I mean, if it hits land, we're not talking lakes or anything else, but if it hits just dry land, um, and lakes wouldn't play a part into it anyways, because lakes aren't warm enough anyways. Um, when it comes to that, so yeah, because the last hurricane I remember coming to Maine was Gloria in the '80s. I would have to look up Gloria. I'm not familiar with Gloria, so I don't know much. I don't know anything about Gloria. Um, but I'm sure it's again, it just depends on forward speed, how quickly it's moving, um, because its forward speed means a lot too. So if you ever watch hurricanes, and it'll say, "Oh, they're moving at." Sometimes when you see it, it'll be like it's moving at 5 miles per hour. Like this thing is like just stationary; it's not even moving anywhere. And sometimes you'll see it and say, "Well, it's moving 30 miles per hour," and it's whatever else. So forward speed it plays a strong part too. Like if it enters colder water, but it's moving at a higher rate, then yes, it will last. Uh, it'll move further deeper into the colder waters than what it would if it was moving at like 5 miles per hour. Then it hit colder waters, it would just basically dissipate, basically about right where it's at. It wouldn't move very much further. So again, so forward speed plays a role in that as well. But yeah, I don't know anything about Gloria. I'll have to look Gloria up. I do not know anything about Gloria. So, but yeah, that's what hurricanes. That's what hurricanes need. Hurricanes need, they need fuel. They need a water. Yes, yes, that's usually what happens. Yes, so yeah. Again, and again, like I was talking about the East Coast there. So again, if you're in Florida, Georgia side, East Coast, right? So South Carolina, North Carolina, you can still get some hurricane because we still got warm enough water right in that vicinity. But once you start really getting north of North Carolina and Virginia and stuff like that, you start losing the 80-degree water that's needed. And like you just pointed out here, yeah, once you start getting up into New York and Maine, the water is just absolutely cold, and um, yeah, so it's very that's why, like, yeah, but that, Beth, it's like, yeah, well, so when you see storms go up the East Coast there, the further they go north, the less or they become a hurricane, and they'll start becoming a tropical storm or a tropical depression, and then they'll just dissipate from there. So, but hurricanes, you know, there have been times when hurricanes have hit land, come off, and reformed and became a hurricane again. So it does happen. Uh, so, like, say if a hurricane cut, let's see, there's a few instances that it's happened. So there's a few times it's hit the U.S., dropped down to a tropical depression, and then came back out on the other side, like to the East Coast, or like around Georgia and North Carolina, South Carolina, and reformed um, as a hurricane again, picked back up. Um, so it has happened, and it's rare, but it has happened. It does happen. So, oh wow, thank you for that, Beth. Yeah, I'll have to look that up. September 27th, 28th of 85. So that's cool. I have to look that up. Like I said again, I am not familiar with that at all. But that's pretty wild. That is still wild. And it was still a hurricane, huh? When it hit there. If it's still a hurricane, that thing must have been really either super deep, like it was a very deep hurricane, or maybe it was flying. So, oh, that's why. Bad. That wasn't nice of Gloria. That was mean of Gloria. Not nice, Gloria. Not nice at all. Well, yeah, great questions. Great questions, Beth. I think you are the only one who is still um, not snoozing. But it looks like we got Jonathan in Discord, so that's cool. But again, hopefully you guys learned something, especially even if you're sleeping. Maybe you're dreaming about radar or something. I don't know. I know it's kind of late, but again, kind of like these later ones. But nonetheless, it's fun. Still fun to hang out. Still fun to gain, new family members and new subscribers and everything else. So it's cool to do that. So, but yeah, pushing you guys are pushing me towards 5,400 again subs. So pretty close to 5,400. Hurricane Bob? I don't. That doesn't ring a bell either. I don't know a Hurricane Bob. Now I do remember the perfect storm that happened up there. You know what the movie's based off of? It's a widely that is a widely known event up there. The perfect storm up there in the Northeast. Yep, I do remember that. It's a good movie too. But I think everybody fell asleep. That's cool. Everybody's like, "Hey man, I appreciate you being on here this late, but I'm gonna go fall asleep." It's cool. I appreciate it. I figured. I mean, I knew that was gonna basically happen anyway. So, it's what happens when you start streaming at 1:30 in the morning. So, but nonetheless, man, I appreciate all y'all being in here. Appreciate everybody in here. Again, appreciate everybody who's watching on Facebook. Everybody who's watching on uh, YouTube and Kick and Twitch. I mean, you guys are all awesome. So I appreciate that. Very awesome. Yep. And it's funny. It's why when you said Hurricane Bob in 1991, that brought back. I was like that 1991. I know that's when the perfect storm happened. So I can't remember if Hurricane. I don't think no. I don't think Bob had anything to do with that though. I can't. I don't. No, I can't remember. Now I'm drawing a blank. But it's a good movie though, nonetheless. Okay. I didn't think so. I didn't remember that. Like I didn't remember that part as being part of that. So, but it's a good movie though. It's a really good movie. Oh, sun's gonna start popping up here, which is cool. The sun's probably already popping up on the east already. Yeah, it must have been 1991. Must have been. Yeah, it must have been. So, yeah, a lot of cool stuff. So, a lot of cool stuff happening. But yes, thank you all for though for uh, being here. Appreciate it. But yeah, if you haven't yet, please please subscribe if you're new here, and please join Discord. Um, please follow me on my other socials as well too. Appreciate that. But hope you guys enjoyed tonight's stream. Hopefully you guys learned a little bit more in depth, deeper about radar here. So next stream, 99.9% was probably going to be space weather. 99.9% going to be space weather. So that's some pretty cool stuff going on there. Again, it's not fully set in stone, but it's 99.9% going to be space weather. I do want to look at though. I do want to look at the outlook. So let's go to weather front here. I do like to use weather front a lot. I use WeatherWise a lot. I use all kinds of different apps, but those are really the two main go tos. Hey, stop it. So today's outlook is marginal, and it's all going to be on the East Coast. It's going to be on the East Coast. Oh, I'm sorry. Little baby marginal right here. So marginal risk, that's a level 1 right here. What do we have for tornadoes? We do have a 2% tornado chance. This is going to be for around Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh and Morgantown. That's going to be in West Virginia. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's going to be Parkersburg. It looks like, that was that there. Is that West Virginia as well? Or is that Ohio? Yeah, nonetheless, it's like on the border. No, sorry. Let me get that. Where's the river? West Virginia. West Virginia. Alrighty. All ready then. And then we have Erie, Pennsylvania, Buffalo, New York. So 2% here. So nonetheless, it's 2%, but nonetheless, it is still a chance. Wind is 5%, and it looks like hail. This is going to be up here in the north. Hail threat tomorrow is going to be up around Fargo and Bismarck, North Dakota. So, I'm sorry, not tomorrow, today. This is today's outlook. This is Sunday. It's day 1. Tomorrow, Monday, slight risk does return. Slight risk does return and also brings slight risk here in Fargo, Grand Forks. It's going to be in North Dakota, as far as northern Minnesota as well. That's going to be for hail there. Sorry. Wind is the same thing. Tornado chance. Yep. Tornado chance is going to be up in Fargo, Grand Forks. Tomorrow, this is talking about Monday. And this is the categorical outlook. We have a slight right here. We'll call it, looks like the tongue right here. Again, this is where the wind, hail, and a tornado chance is almost. This is where it is almost prominent at right here. Grand Forks, Fargo. And this is, what is this called? Bemidji? Bemidji? Bemidji. Bemidji. Don't know how to pronounce that at all. So that's a slight risk. do have a marginal risk here into Nebraska as well. So we might see Pastor John then out on Monday. Tomorrow, again, wait, what am I doing that for? I'm sorry, I keep saying tomorrow. Today, well, I don't know. He'd have to go pretty far up north into North Dakota, but he might go up in North Dakota, and then maybe he might go up there today, and then oh no, he's preaching today. Most likely, it's Sunday, so he might not. But nonetheless, looks like he might be out there on Monday. And if you haven't yet, please subscribe to Pastor John McKinney, Brother John, Storm Chaser John McKinney. Please subscribe to him. Day 3 outlook. We do have a marginal risk. Where's it located at? Way out here in Arizona. This is going to be for the monsoons. Way out here in Arizona. Tucson, Douglas, Sierra Vista. Way out here in Arizona. That's what it's looking like right now. That is what it's looking like. So 2% chance tornado today and a 2% chance for tornado on Monday. That's what it's looking like. But nonetheless, it is 5 a.m. here. My time. 6 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. Mountain, 3 a.m. Pacific time. So appreciate everybody being in here. Highly appreciate that. Thank you all very much. Awesome stuff. You guys ever have any questions, comments, let me know. Hit me up on Discord. Whatever you want to. So, but I am going. Yes, it seems like all the chases that I have watched so far have all been in 2%. Yeah, that's what it is basically this time of year. Very rarely will we see it ever get above 5% for this time of the year. I mean, it has to be a very strong parameters to get it above, even get it above 5% chance. Especially in August, especially in July and August. September as well. So sometimes September can be a little bit different because of the changing, especially towards the end of September, can be a little bit different. But really, coming up in October and November, we call it second season. So we call it the second severe season, and that is because of the changing going from summer into fall. So sometimes in October and November we can get some stronger storms as well there. So yeah. Yeah, so that's why 2% is usually about what we see this time of the year. Sometimes 5%. Very rarely will they ever get above 5% for this time of year. But yeah, awesome. Thank you very much, Beth. Thank you for staying awake. Appreciate that. I'm going to sign off though now. Going to sign off here and get a little bit of sleep here. Got to be up here in a little bit. So, but yes, thank you guys very much. Thank you to everybody who's still tuning in on Facebook, Twitch, Kick, YouTube, across all the platforms. Thank you for being in here. Again, this is what 201 looks like, right? So 301 would be even more in depth. So, but that'll come sometime down the pipeline. So, yes, hopefully, again, thank you. I appreciate that, Beth. Appreciate that. But if you ever have any questions, anybody, Beth, anybody who's still awake, anybody who's still listening, if you're in Discord, feel free to hit me up on Discord. If you're not in Discord, you can email me. My email is in my bio on YouTube. But feel free to ask any questions, weather related, whatever it may be. I'll do my best to answer that for you, or or help you find the answer too. Some it's might be something I don't know. We could find the answer together, so that'd be a cool thing. That's what learning is all about. So again, I know a lot, but I don't know everything. Nobody does. No meteorologist, right? Nobody knows everything about every subject. Every little small, minute detail, right? So that's why we keep trying to get better, better, and better. So when it comes to that, so again, yes, please follow me on all my socials if you can. If you would please follow on Discord. Highly appreciate that. Thank you to everybody for being here, tuning in. Um, been streaming now for almost 4.5 hours, so I highly appreciate you all being in here. If you haven't yet, please like, please subscribe. Highly appreciate that. Awesome, appreciate that. Thank you, Beth. Thank you for being in here. We'll have to somehow wake Maddie up and tell him um, tell him what he missed. Tell him what he missed. So, but nonetheless, thank you, Beth. Thank you, everybody who's still in here. Thank you to everybody. Highly appreciate it. Again, reach out if you have any questions, anything you want to know. Do my best to help you out there. But again, it's weather, right? Weather's fun. Weather is awesome. Um, so yes, a lot of great stuff there. So again, join Discord. A lot of cool channels there on Discord there. So highly appreciate again all of you. So again, hope you guys have a great morning, a great day. So we'll see what happens later today. Might be live streaming later today. Don't know yet, but nonetheless, be fun. I do have some topics in the pipeline, so but we can definitely do that. Um, I would like to live stream till too. I can live stream and go over weather products as well. Right? We can look at different weather apps, right? Weatherfront, WeatherWise, Radar Omega, Radar Scope, My Radar, things benefits and um, you know things that are limitations on all of them. So why one person might like the other, but it's cool to look at different types of radar products and or weather products and everything. So uh, but yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you all. Thank you all very, very much. You all are awesome. Again, you guys are all very loved. Um, Jesus loves you all very, very much. More than what you will ever know. Uh, more than what you think. So, again, thank you guys very, very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Like I said, if I do end up live streaming later, it'd be awesome. Please join. Will not. I'll try not to make it that late like it was tonight, but nonetheless, appreciate all of y'all being in here. So again, thank you to everybody who's still watching on Kick. Thank you to everybody who's still watching on YouTube. Thank you to everybody who's still watching on Twitch, and thank you to everybody who is still watching on Facebook. Thank you to everybody who's still watching on all of the platforms. And like always, be brave and let the Lord